And
Let's go.
go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. This is the Shortspine Thornyhead. Again, this was conducted under the University of Washington Applied Stock Assessment course. A number of students conducted this assessment. Sabrina Beyer, Adam Hayes, Madison Heller Shipley, Pierre-Yves Hermvind, Andrea Odell, Haley Olenek, Jane Sullivan, Matthew Verone, and Joshua Zahner. And we have Joshua and Maddie here today to help me answer questions, which I am greatly appreciative of. So I was chair of this assessment, and we had Dr. Joe Powers, and I've clearly lost my train of thought. Dr. Noel Cadigan and Dr. Alan Hicks from the International Pacific Halibut Commission as reviewers of this assessment. Gary Richter was the GAP representative, and Melanie Parker was the GMT representative for this assessment. So next slide, please. One more. Yep. Okay. So this assessment was somewhat simplified over the previous 2013 assessment, and it was simplified in terms of a reduced number of fleets. There is a north trawl fleet, south trawl fleet, and a non-trawl fleet. Then, can I get back one more? Thank you. And then there were two survey fleets, the Triennial Survey and the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey. We had length composition data from each of these fisheries and fleets. We have body weights from the fisheries, and we have discard information from each of the fisheries. So next slide, please. Shortspine Thornyhead, you can see here early on, it was primarily in the south. By the mid 90s or so, the northern trawl began to make up the dominant fraction, and you see that non-trawl doesn't really even become a strong contributor until the 2000s. We have a long catch series. These were provided by the states historically via state run or state reconstructions. And then beginning in 1981, this was data from PACFIN. So next slide, please. Here are the two survey indices. The Triennial is on the lower portion in orange, and the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey is on the blue. These were developed through SDM-TMB. It's a geostatistical model. Next slide, please. When we're talking about the biological information available, Shortspine Thornyhead are an incredibly long-lived species, and there is no validated aging method. There are essentially two research aging projects, Butler et al. And Klein. The 2013 and 2005 assessments use data from Klein. This assessment chose to use data from Butler because it was sex specific, and you can see in the bottom figure, the Klein data tends to be much larger at age than what the Butler data does. But again, that Klein data is unsexed. And you, in the top part of that figure, you can see the differences in the growth functions that would result based upon the 2005 or 13 assessment versus the 2023 assessment. And for a sensitivity on this, the size at age 2 and 100 were increased by 25% or decreased by 10%. And that's really to account for those, what could have been that really large size at age in that Butler or in the Klein data set, excuse me. Next slide, please. The maturity at length was also updated based upon data from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey. Fecundity at length was updated, weight at length was updated, and natural mortality was updated. Natural mortality was changed from 0.0505 to 0.04, which is based upon a longevity of 135 years seen in the literature, and that 0.04 is developed via Hamel and Cope prior. But again, this is highly uncertain due to the difficulty in aging these particular animals. So next slide, please. And here's the natural mortality and some of the different methodologies that have been used to derive a natural mortality. The 0.04 falls within the range of what we've seen or what is seen in the literature. Alaska and BC used 0.03, which is slightly lower. Historically, in the 2013 assessment, they used 0.0505, and in the 2005 assessment, it was 0.05. So 0.04 is not greatly different than what has been done before. So, next slide, please. Okay, now before we move into the proposed base model, I would ask if there are any questions about the biology. Okay, seeing no raised hands, let's move on into the proposed base model. A bridging analysis was done between stock synthesis version 3.24 and 3.30, and they fit right on top of each other when parameters were fixed. And when that biology was changed, you can see on the right-hand figure what that impact of biology or updating the biology does. So next slide, please. So the changes that were made from the 2013 model to the 2023 model were, again, that simplified fleet and survey structure, an updated length-based fecundity relationship, modified maturity and growth curves, a reduced natural mortality, lower natural mortality, model-based indices of abundance, and historical state-level catch reconstructions were updated. So next slide, please. This model begins in 1901, again with that condensed fleet structure. It uses dome-shaped selectivity and asymptotic retention, a Beverton-Holt stock relationship with a steepness of 0.72, which is the traditional traditional rockfish steepness prior, sex-specific growth, fecundity at length relationship, and a fixed natural mortality at 0.04, which again is lower than previous assessment. So moving into the model results. Oh, next slide, please. What you can see is beginning about 1965-ish, 1970, you start a pretty steep decline in terms of the spawning output. And by 2023, the spawning output, relative spawning output, is now down at to slightly below the management target. So next slide, please. The recruitment time series. This was one of the areas that came up in the STAR panel review in terms of how to deal with these recruitment deviations. Ultimately, the STAR panel recommended and the stat agreed that the recruitment deviations would sum to 1, I believe it is, and they would start in 1901. So they would start at the beginning of that recruitment time series. And this was done in large part because in the 2000s, those recruitment deviations were all over the place, and they didn't necessarily match particularly well with observed recruitments coming out of the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, and in particular a paper that come out of the Northwest Science Center that looked at recruitment in Shortspine Thornyhead and another species. So next slide, please. Relative fishing intensity has been quite intense from about the mid 70s all the way up until the late 20-teens. The last handful of years, about the last 3 years, recruitment or fishing intensity has fallen below 1 to where it's now in a range that's a little bit more friendly toward this stock. So next slide, please. Numerous reference points and management quantities have been estimated from this. Next slide, please. This will just highlight a few of the ones of interest. Spawning output has a quite wide range for this stock. The exploitation rate resulting in the spawning biomass at 40% would suggest somewhere about 0.012. The exploitation rate corresponding to an SPR of 50 would be about 0.01. And the MSY harvest would be about 1,200 metric tons annually. So next slide, please. Catch projections under high and low states of nature. The axis of uncertainty used for this was natural mortality, and with an M of 0.03. Again, that was the low M that was used in the Alaska and British Columbia assessments. Our base case is 0.04, and the high M, high state of nature, is 0.05, which would roughly correspond to the 2005 assessment, being just a tiny bit lower than the 2013 assessment. And these are available for P-stars of both 0.4 and 0.45. Next slide, please. Here are those high and low states of nature. We did have a little bit of discussion about this at the STAR panel in terms that the high and low state of nature do not bracket the base case quite the way that we would have expected. But discussing this with other Science Center staff, they indicated that this type of pattern has been seen before. So that didn't cause a huge amount of concern. So next slide, please. Going into some of the diagnostics that were ran throughout the pre-STAR workshop or pre-STAR and then the STAR panel. Retrospective analysis showed no strong patterns. The likelihood profiles across the R0, H, and M. R0 was moderately sensitive. Steepness, there was no sensitivity to the assumptions or to fixing steepness. And natural mortality was also moderately sensitive, and ultimately was decided that that would be the axis of uncertainty. So here is the retrospective on, well, here's the retrospective analysis on the most recent 5 years of data, and you see that there are no real patterns at all to this data. So next slide, please. Likelihood profiles over R0, you see that there is some tension between the index data and the length data wanting a slightly larger R0 value, whereas the recruitment data, the discards, essentially really everything else is wanting some slightly lower values. Natural mortality, we see that same length data, it's wanting a much, much lower natural mortality than everything else. And you look at the bottom figure on the right in particular, you can see what changes in that natural mortality do. And I would highlight the 0.30, which is, again, the low state of nature in light blue. versus the 0.05 in orange. They do produce, moderately different views, but it's a reasonable view of what natural mortality assumption is doing in this model. So next slide, please. So some of the sensitivities, high growth, low growth, that changed the scale of the stock and it changed the status. Maturity, the 2013 maturity curve, results were largely insensitive to the changes in maturity. And again, that's in large part, at least during the star panel, the discussion revolving around that said that, yeah, it's not that surprising given that this is an animal that might live out to well over 100 years. Fecundity also did not have much sensitivity. And again, they're in reproduction for a huge amount of time, so it's not surprising that fecundity wouldn't have any type of sensitivity. Landings, it did not have any real large sensitivity either. And then the surveys were also largely insensitive to the assumptions that were made. Next slide, please. Okay, sensitivities to our growth. This was one that did have a sensitivity to it. And then you can see the high growth versus the low growth compared to the base model. The low growth is not that different. It essentially scales the spawning output. That high growth, so if that Klein data, which was used historically, that's what would be much closer to that high growth scenario. That would produce a fairly different view of the stock. But then when we look at the fraction of unfished, they end up all at relatively the same places. We're right around that 0.40 for the management target. Next slide, please. So before we move on to the prominent axis of uncertainties, I would pause again and ask if there are any questions about some of the sensitivity analyses that have been completed. Okay, not seeing any questions yet. I will continue moving. So here is our growth. So there's a high uncertainty in age estimation. And again, there's no validated aging method for this species. And the aging that has been done, those two research aging projects back in the late 90s, neither one of them found much of an asymptote with the available data they had. And I believe during the STAR panel, Jim Hasty had said that the Northwest Science Center lab has continued to try to age these animals, and that the primary age reader they use has said that he's not really able to blindly do multiple reads and come up with a satisfactory age. So again, it's an incredibly difficult animal to age. Next slide, please. Natural mortality. Again, there's a large range in the literature from 0.01 to 0.07. The Alaska and BC assessments use 0.03. 2013-2005 assessments for the West Coast use 0.05 and 0.0505. The range supported by the profiles over natural mortality suggest 0.045 is, well, that's where the data supported it. And the prior that was used in this assessment was 0.04. So they're all right around the same area. Next slide, please. And again, those using natural mortality as the high and low states of nature, we've seen this table. So next slide, please. So research and data needs, in terms of the biology, there is a huge need for continued research into aging methods and hopefully the ability to provide some reliable ages on these animals. A better understanding of patterns in growth and maturity, so increased sampling from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey for that maturity. Effects of bottom type on Shortspine Thornyhead distribution might prove valuable. Spatial population structures, this would also perhaps help out in terms of any effects of migration on stock dynamics and whether or not that could lead to the ability to produce a more spatially explicit population model. And this come up in large part because of that work by, I think it was Nick Calamari at the Northwest Science Center, that the really small, young Shortspine Thornyhead are typically found in a relatively limited latitudinal distribution somewhere off of the Oregon coast. And there's some belief that there might be some type of movement south and then a later movement back north as the animals age. But continued research into this and understanding of it would be quite helpful just to understand the biology of this animal. And then some research into the Dirichlet multinomial data weighting methods for the length composition data. So next slide, please. So concluding comments. So there's been a consistent and continued biomass decline starting in the 70s. Growth, mortality, and our understanding of aging are limited, which impacts our understanding of biomass levels. So we just don't have a huge amount of confidence in the way the population is scaled or these models are scaling the population. Next slide. And that would be it. So the author certainly wanted to thank a number of people that provided data and then the instructors for the applied population dynamics class. So with that, if there are any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them, or the even better answer you would get would be from Maddie or Joshua.
Hi, everybody. And I just wanted to check, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am actually still driving right now, so I can't see hands or actually moderate. Jason, I'm hoping you can moderate
I absolutely can, John.
any questions yourself for a few minutes. Great. I'll be back online within 10 minutes.
Not an issue. One of the things that I would add to this, the panel did recommend this as a category 2 stock assessment. The sigma value calculated in the model was 0.18, and then the default sigma for a category 2 is 1.0. So that's was the panel recommendation. The panel also recommended that all of the research and data needs identified in the document were important, and they support those, particularly with respect to maturity and aging. And the panel also recommended that the next assessment be an update unless there is a validated aging method found. So now I will take further questions if they exist. Kristen.
Thanks, Jason. And thanks for the overview. And thanks to the students for doing such great work on this. I am just wondering a little bit about the recruitment deviations and that piece of the model and how that was handled. I'm just curious about how smooth they are, and I'm wondering if the panel discussed that or the students have some insight as to the stat team has some insight as to why that is, what's going on with recruitment in this species.
Yeah, that came up and that was discussed quite extensively on the last or next to last day. So before I go in, I would be happy to have Joshua or Madison.
Yeah. So, are you specifically referring to the smoothness of the early kind of time period? So, 1900 through 1990 ish, I guess.
No, I was looking at the later period. They seem really autocorrelated. Maybe they just are that way with Shortspine. I don't know. I'm mostly just curious because this isn't a pattern that I have seen before.
Yeah, so a little bit of it is also due to the fact that there's not a lot of years where we have good data that we can actually estimate recruitment deviates for. So because the species is so long-lived, they don't start showing up in large numbers in our length compositions until they're maybe 7 to 8 years old, and then they live to be 100 plus. So there's kind of a fine range of years where we actually have good data to estimate recruitment deviates, and that's essentially the years you see there. And part of that is also, and why you see them probably autocorrelated in that area, is to make up for the fact that if you look previously in the time series, I think 1960-ish, that time period, there's a kind of valley in recruitment deviates, which is used to set up the correct population structure for once we have length comps starting in the 1980s. And so because of the sum to zero recruitment deviate constraint, the later time period is kind of constrained by the model to have positive recruitment deviations. But again, because there's no aging data, the recruitment deviations, there's probably a wide range of values those recruitment deviates could take on.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the extra explanation. That helps me understand a little bit more what's going on there.
Oh, Kiva, I'm sorry, I was on mute still.
No worries. Thanks, Joshua, for that great explanation. The other thing I would add is because there's no age data, it's really hard to assign the precise year of strong and weak year classes. And so those like strong and weak year classes tend to get spread out over a few years. So you would, so just because of these, it's this length-based assessment model and it's a very slow growing species, you would sort of expect those recruitment deviations to kind of get spread out a little bit over several years. And so that autocorrelated pattern is partly a result of that as well.
Thanks, Kiva. That definitely makes sense.
Any additional questions? Okay, I'm seeing no additional questions. The last thing I would say is, again, just like the Rex stat team, the Shortspine stat team did a phenomenal job. They really need to be applauded for the work they put in on this assessment. So that moves us into a Groundfish Subcommittee panel discussion on what do we support for a category designation. And I guess I would reiterate that the panel supported a Category 2 designation for this stock. John Budrick, you came off mute.
Oh, just to say, yeah, I had thought that it had been Category 2. I was just going to reiterate that as to support for that. Recruitment devs being estimated, et cetera, the criteria that we have, and I think it's Appendix F, the TOR, speaks to some of this. But yeah, as far as the recommendation, I have no disagreement with Category 2.
Hey, Jason.
Yes, John.
Yeah, I think I would just chime in to agree with the Category 2 designation. I would note that there are very limited age data and that they're not very informative in that we don't know really which set of data is correct and which growth function is correct. And that seems to have a very considerable influence on productivity estimates. So that seems to me to be, in addition to the fact that this is set up to be a Cat 2 assessment, that to me would also support that designation. And I'll make sure the rapporteur writes that down.
Okay, so I think there is a pretty general consensus that the Groundfish Subcommittee would support a Category 2 designation. What is next? We need to talk about.
I think it is the question of whether or not the next assessment is a full or an update.
Yes.
And I think if I can start the conversation, because again, I can't see hands, I would probably suggest that in the absence of new age information or any change in perception about age and growth, that an update would probably make sense here.
Yep, I would certainly agree with that. Marlene raised your hand.
Jason, can you remind us what the panel, did the panel have a discussion about this?
Yes, the panel did have a discussion about this, and essentially what John Field said was what the panel concluded is the panel would support the next assessment being an update assessment until or unless there's a validated aging method.
Okay, and I guess the only other question is the BSIA question, which is whether we endorse this as a scientific information available.
Is that a Groundfish Subcommittee question, or does that become a full SSC discussion in September? I'm not clear. I just honestly don't know.
In past iterations of reports, I've seen it written as the subcommittee endorses as such, and then the SSC can embrace that or refute it.
Okay, thanks for the clarification for me. It's important to know the process.
Now I went looking myself. We only do this every 2 years, so.
Yeah, I support that recommendation. That we recommend that this is what the SSC endorses as BSIA. I think it's clearly an improvement over the previous assessment, and as we just discussed, I think it can be used to inform management.
I think we were hopeful at some point that we would be able to use the infrared spectrophotometry to be able to develop better aging methods for this, but you have to have a set of standard ages to start with, so it just hasn't materialized because the difficulty with aging still affects that methodology. But yeah, I was granted BSIA, no qualms there. Next assessment, to me, I mean, if there was some development, I think that caveat would be pertinent in terms of aging. But yeah, as things have gone, update seems like it would suffice in the interim.
Okay, I'll make sure that gets back in the notes. I am back at my desk and taking notes again, although I think that's daylight and dollar short because I feel like we're just about wrapped up with this assessment in this agenda item. So, any reason to think that is not the case at this point?
Kristen has her hand up.
Thanks. Yeah. But just before we leave this, I did want to just talk a little bit about the decision table forecast and the high and low states of nature. Just given that this assessment in the forecast period, I was trying to tell, it seems like in the low state of nature, it does drop below the management target in the forecast period. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct from memory. It doesn't fall substantially below the management target, but I do believe it breaches down to like something like depletion, like 0.39 or something like that.
Got it. Yeah. But then you still have quite a bit of uncertainty, at least around the base model, that falls below the management target. So
yeah, I think if you look at the actual decision table with the numeric values, I think the difference between the low state of nature and the base case is very, very minimal, all the way, especially in latter years of the projection. But the low state of nature does eventually drop below the base case at the very end. So yeah, it falls down to 0.392 as compared to 0.401 in the base model.
Yeah, and so Jason, I know you said that you've seen this, or people have seen this for other stocks. I don't, or other assessments where you've set up the axis of uncertainty this way. Do you remember which other species have ended up like this in the recent past, or what did the panel discuss in that regard?
I don't remember that off the top of my head, but I know that we had probably a 15 to 30 minute discussion on this right here. And ultimately someone said that there was another stock that behaved similarly in terms of the high and low states of nature. And once that was stated, we pretty much moved on.
Okay. I just wanted to try to understand that piece a little bit more, just given that is an area where in the projections, we're sort of getting close to and dropping below the management target. But that extra discussion helps. I don't want to hold us up from moving on to our busy agenda for the day.
Kristen, I think it might make sense to flag this as something to circle back to. I also have a vague recollection of an example that was kind of like this, but I can't remember what it might have been. But one thing that was striking me as I was looking at this is that my recollection is quite some time ago, we used to do the states of nature tables where we'd actually run the high and low with the high and low yield values or OFL streams. And you saw quite a bit more contrast there because the streams were so very different. And so that's something I think we're missing, in looking just at the spawning output instead of the yield projections. We're kind of missing some elements that used to be present in the decision tables, but now might, be buried in a little more subtle way. It's not really a very satisfying answer, but I think this is something worth flagging for, kind of the postmortem or whatever we call that now discussion that we'll have a little later in the cycle.
That sounds like a good plan for me. Thanks, John.
All right, and I apologize for missing your hand there. Anyone else have any closing comments on Shortspine before I pass it back to John B? And seeing none, I'll go ahead and
called in a fourth member in a ringer, is Martin Dorn, who is a former member of the SSC and a retired employee with Alaskan Fisheries Science Center, and currently doing some work with the University of Washington, I believe in an adjunct position. In any event, great to have Martin, given his experience with the last assessment and familiarity with the considerations. We also had advisors from the Groundfish Management Team, from Katie Pearson, who's with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We had Gary Richter representing the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, or the GAP as they're known. And then Marlene, of course, was our council representative. Okay, so first, just in terms of the big picture here, in the ecology, of course, is largely consistent across regions. So it's worth covering this in one foul swoop, and then discussing some aspects of the way that the management areas and assessment areas are organized, partly as a result. So black rockfish are distributed from California through Alaska, and their habitat's mostly in the near shore and less than 80 meters. They tend to inhabit the midwater and are semi-pelagic in their distribution. They aggregate over rocky pinnacles and rarely found offshore, but there have been a few instances of individuals found miles and miles offshore, but that's a very infrequent event and seems to have been something from larvae being infected or something of that sort. We're not quite clear on how that fits into the larger life history, but it's only a few individuals and they're way offshore. As far as genetic structure is concerned, there was some evidence of genetic divergence and genetic structure both between Oregon and Washington, as well as California and Oregon, and genetic break at Cape Blanco in Oregon. So these are not strong breaks. There's some degree of differentiation, but then you have long distance migration across these supposed discontinuities. So there's some question as to the degree to which these are really connected, and the degree of genetic divergence isn't as deep as something as vermilion rockfish and sunset, things like that. It's relatively low levels of divergence and some apparent structure, and that's reflective of this relatively small movement in general, but some larger degrees of movement that are relatively, they're not uncommon, that individuals can actually move hundreds of kilometers and sometimes cross state boundaries. As far as feeding habits, they feed on small fish and invertebrates, just as an ecosystem kind of consideration. To the right, you'll see that there's the management areas for this in terms of stock status determination are at the state boundaries. But in California, there's a division of different assessment areas at Point Arena for a northern kind of assessment area and a southern central, we're calling assessment area. It's central generally because the distribution of black rockfish really drops off before point conception. So referring to those areas as like northern and central within California. So that's how things broke down in terms of the geographic breakdown of assessment areas. We'll move right into, that was more of a general perspective, and between these different assessment areas, we'll have somewhat of continuity in this presentation. We'll start with California black, of course, given that I would go north to south, but we have a staff member who will be here this afternoon that we're kind of timing this for. So we'll start with California, and the staff members there were EJ Dick, who's from Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and he's the lead. Cheryl Barnes with OSU and ODFW. Julia Coates, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Nick Grunlow with Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Melissa Monk with Southwest Fisheries Science Center. And Tanya Rogers of the same. So just a overview of the regional differences within California supporting that Point Arena break. And there are differences that are observed there, and the mean length between these areas. These are the top mean length plot here, you can see these are for the northern area versus the central area. There's a fairly distinct difference in recreational mean lengths there. There's differences in terms of just abundance trends and data availability between the two areas as well. And then there's trends in these trends in mean length here. Again, in the PC and PR modes, you can see that there are distinct differences in the trends there between regions, and not to mention the exploitation history, which the North Coast also contains an area called the Lost Coast. It's to the north. Northern California is relatively remote, and the fishery really developed later than the central, which includes San Francisco and Monterey areas. So exploitation history is yet another reason potentially break these areas up. At first, the stat had tried to do fleets as areas as fleets. That didn't work out, and then they had to go ahead and work with two separate assessment areas rather than trying to do a single assessment with areas as fleets. One other supporting piece of data relative to the differences in lengths across space is from the California Cooperative Fishery Research Program, CCFRP. And this is a fishery independent hook and line survey. You can see that there are some distinct differences here with the blue versus the green, blue being the north. So this is a replete pattern that's observed across the fishery data as well as this fishery independent data source. So some considerations there that led to breaking these things, these assessment areas at Point Arena. Okay, and one other facet of this, while that was the case that we observed these differences and the need to break things up, there appears to be, from tagging studies conducted by CCFRP, some very strong directional movement from Central California to the north. You have to take this with a grain of salt to some degree, in that Northern California had only been sampled since 2017. Versus more of the Central California region, which was originally sampled since 2007. So there's just fewer tags, as far as and time at liberty in the northern area versus the central. But from what we can see of what happens in the central, the fish seem to be predominantly moving northward and fairly large distances. There are instances where there are small movements here, as we discussed previously, but just the kind of prevalence of these long distance movements speaks to some potential connectivity that isn't accounted for in the current assessment. Is one of the considerations for future assessments, is trying to account for that migration and having a two area assessment with some migration rates between areas, as it seems that there's some recruitment growing out and then moving north that might be happening here. Otherwise, you might confound natural mortality in the central with migration northward and end up overestimating natural mortality because they're potentially confounded. So that's an area for future research. As it is, these areas were treated as separate assessment areas. So I think that's enough said there. Historical assessments, this Ralston and Dick 2003 and Sampson 2007. This is a very different kind of assessment structure spatially. This was a single stock assessment for all areas south of Cape Falcon in Oregon, including California and Oregon, but each of the states were kept separate in terms of fleets as areas. That was the approach that was employed in those two assessments. Things changed to statewide in 2015 with that assessment and stock synthesis. All the recreational modes were put into a single statewide fleet, commercial fleets into two non-trawl dead and live fleets and one trawl. The trend in spawning depletion observed on the right is reflective of recovering from an overfished state and coming up into the precautionary zone as of 2015. And this is the basis for current management. And at the very end, we'll have some comparisons of the results between the assessments. for the current assessment versus 2015. So summary of data sources. There's a lot here, but there are a fair number of similarities in the types of data that are available between the north and central areas, given the nature of the sampling programs that operate in these areas. One major difference in terms of catches and how they were broken down is in the north, you'll see this commercial non-trawl dead versus live, versus in the central, it's just combined into one fleet, given that there weren't major differences in the compositions that were observed in those fleets. And so they were combined. And then from there, there's commercial trawl, commercial discard, a recreational party charter, recreational private and rental boat data, as well as recreational discard data. And that goes for both areas here. Abundance indices. In the north, we have a private rental boat index, CCFRP from 2017 on. You can see it's a little longer duration, of course, starting 2007 with Central. Then we get into SURF's Party Charter Onboard, which is an index that's developed from onboard sampling on CPFVs. And that's available for both North and Central. And then in the central area, there's the Deb Wilson Vandenberg's onboard sampling that took place a little earlier than the more contemporary sampling that was on board. This is somewhat of a precursor for this, the Party Charter onboard sampling that took place under SURFs and MRFs. And then there's the PSCO Scuba survey that's also available for the central area. And then lengths,
John,
you have, yes?
Just to be clear, the PSCO Scuba survey was in there just as just for reference. It was not actually included in the likelihood.
Yeah, in the end, yeah, and in the end, I don't believe that was actually used. Was it?
Correct. It's just it's in the model as a placeholder and to compare outputs,
sure.
But it's not fit in the model. Just to clarify.
Sure, and I think we'll get back to that later in terms of what was actually included. But thanks for the clarification. All right, so link composition data. We have data, of course, from each of the fishery sectors, and then also some data from Abrams research, as well as CCFRP in the north. And then in the central, we have also have Deb Wilson Vandenberg's onboard sampling to provide data, CCFRP as well, and then some historical sampling from Lee et al. Research here that provides some earlier link data, which was more, this study was more focused in the central area. So the data is just, equivalent data is not available for the north, but it's great to have that data for that more long-term perspective. And then conditional age at length compositions, again, for each of the sectors, and then CCFRP, and then Abrams research, and then for the central, it was available for Rec PC, PR, CCFRP, and from the Lee data. So that's an overview of the data. We'll kind of get into a little more of the details, and EJ, always feel free to jump in case there's something that you want to expand on. So relative to commercial fleets in each area, north of Point Arena, we have non-trawl, as I said before, landed dead, and then we have non-trawl landed alive for 1994 to 2022. Trawl, average was less than a metric ton per year since 2000. Also, trawling was disallowed in California within 3 miles of shore, with only a few exceptions in Southern California, for California halibut in 1953. So that has some effect on the availability to the trawl fishery. Discards, 1.9% of retained catch for all years combined. And south of Point Arena, we had non-trawl, minimal live landings. Trawl, 171 metric tons, all years combined. So a lot of that early in the time series as well, which we'll see later. Discards, 1.9% of the retained catch, all years combined, was applied. And then for estimated commercial catch sources for 1875 to 2022, just to tell you where the data came from, the most recent data came from PACFIN, and that's the repository for commercial data. It's 1981 to 2022. Data is available. CalCom provides data from 1978 to 1980. Ratio estimates were used for 1969 to 1977. And to fill in the blanks, and then California catch reconstruction from Ralston et al. Was used to inform the catches for 1916 to 1968. Linear interpolation was used to fill in some blanks between 1875 and 1915. And then corrections based on input from CDFW during the 2015 assessment for trawl 1981 and 1982 were addressed and corrections made, as well as the non-trawl from 1983 to 1985. Okay, recreational catch overview, boat modes for PC, party charter, and private and rental boats resulted in 97% of the catch. Rec catch in numbers derived from the catch per unit effort times total effort. The catch in weight is derived by multiplying those numbers by the mean weight. California Recreational Fisheries Survey, SURFs, and CDFW survey from 2004 to present provides data from 6 districts along the coast, seen over here, from the Redwood all the way down to the south. Of course, Channel and South are kind of south of the primary distribution of black rockfish, so most of the data is coming from the north. Marine Recreational Fisheries Statistical Survey provided data from 1980 to 1989. And 1992 to 2003. There was a brief hiatus in 1990 to 1992 for all modes. There's a funding issue, and they didn't resume sampling until 1993. So that being the case, some interpolation that took place to fill in the blanks there. California catch reconstruction by Ralston et al. Informed the catches from 1928 to 1980. And then there is a stratification north and south of Point Conception in that time period. It's for boat modes. Okay. So one of the things that needed to be addressed in this assessment, given the stratification at Point Arena, was that, for the time periods prior to 2005, when we had data that was, there was a division in the estimation programs for SURFs north and south of Point Arena that provided estimates north and south after 2005. But before that, the estimates are only available north and south of Point Conception. So the catching numbers by mode was allocated north and south of Point Arena using coastal county estimates from Albin et al. From 1981 to 1986, and SURFs data available from 2005 to 2007 with interpolated years missing. Interpolating for missing years. Apologies. Allocation prior to 1960 was based on boat mode effort from Miller and Gottschall, and average weights were estimated from MRF's length data by year, area, and mode. And for 1990 and 1992, PC lengths from CDFW onboard observer surveys were available to inform weights, I presume. And the average weights for observed strata from 1990 to 1992 for the PR mode and 1993-1995 for PC mode were borrowed across modes in the same area and year. And so following through those allocations for North and Central, for the PR and PC, you can see here that in the North, there was far more catch and weight than in Central, smaller fish, likely of them. So as far as breaking things down at Point Arena, these are the necessary steps in order to obtain landings and discards in each area, which are provided here. As noted previously, a lot of the catch is attributable to the recreational modes. There was some period in the North where commercial trawl took a fair number of fish. As I said before, 1953, that was fishing within 3 miles of shore was prohibited, the trawl. You see that the catch went down to some degree when that was put in place. And then the commercial trawl and the live fish fishery really developed during the 80s and 90s. And yeah, although this isn't really one of the primary species for the live fish fishery, they are in high abundance, and some people do sell them live, apparently. As you can see right in here, more for north of Point Arena, not the case for south of Point Arena, the central area. Just pointing out the scales again, much more catch here in the north versus south. That'll play through in terms of the scale from each of these assessments. So that's a rundown of the landings and discard by area in general. Is there anything further here that you wanted to add on landings before I move on, EJ?
Nope, all good.
Okay. All right, so indices. There was a lot of work done. I'm compiling it down to the basic elements because it could take a long time to go through each of these sources of data for the indices. This is all documented in the assessment, so I'll just hit the high points. As far as fishery-dependent data, there's a private rental dockside index. This is modeled using a zero-inflated negative binomial model. And there's a CPFB onboard index, including both retained and discarded counts at a drift level that's able to use catch per unit of time and hours. Deb Wilson-Vandenberg onboard CPFE index is available for 1988 to 1998. Also includes retained and discarded, but this focuses really on the central California area. As we've discussed, it's not available for the north. Fishery independent data sources. We have the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, CCFRP, started in 2007, focused on the central area. In 2017, moved to the north. Now it's modeled to the generalized additive model. Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey, the REAS, was not included, but provides a recruitment index that was explored in requests to evaluate sensitivities to its inclusion. And as discussed in kind of the next kind of research and data needs, that's something that could be explored further in the future. You can see the trends for the north in the upper box here, and for the central in the lower box. There are some inconsistencies, some similarities in terms of the trends observed in each area from the available data sources, which are the colored dots in each respective plot. And so you can see there's an increasing trend toward the end in the northern assessment area from these data sources, including the recreational private rental boat, CCFRP, and SURF's PC onboard data. And then there's actually some fair consistency in the time periods of overlap between data sources for the central area as well, that include the recreational party charter, recreational private rental, CCFRP, Deb Wilson-Vandenberg, surfs, party charter on board, and the Peace Coast scuba surveys. As you can see, there seemed to be a increase there in the 2010 to 2015 period, and then a decrease thereafter. So a fairly consistent pattern between data sources. All right. Okay, summary of age data used in the 2023 assessment. In North Point Arena, they had 3,963 samples, otoliths. In Central, South Point Arena, we had 755. Maximum observed ages from this fish for females, the eldest was 35 in Central California, and then a male that was 33 in Northern California were the oldest fish. And to the right, you get a age distribution for the Central and the North. You can see there's quite a bit more of the older individuals to the north, kind of speaking to this movement, etc. potentially. Log normal prior from Hamel and Cope 2022 was used to estimate natural mortality. And this is uses the maximum age as the basis for that proxy of natural mortality, and a log scale standard deviation of 0.31. So yeah, that's an indication of the availability of age data. Everything was did what we could. The stat did what they could with the available data as far as ages to inform growth, etc. So aging error was evaluated with several models, and it selected the best using AIC to account for inter-reader error. 3 readers for otoliths collected after 2015. The best model was unbiased curvilinear, and then 2 readers for otoliths collected prior to 2015, except for the Abrams data set. The best model had a curvilinear bias and curvilinear CV. And you can see those plots here. There was fairly reasonable consistency in the reads along the 1-to-1 line. Some variation, of course, and it's accounted for through the aging error matrices resulted. And estimates of natural mortality and growth that came from the age data. We have a M of 0.21 for females, and males 0.20. And as far as growth was concerned, growth was estimated external to the model for K and L max. I believe L at age 0, length at age 0 was estimated in the model.
Other way around. Yeah,
oh, no.
Yeah. K, L at A max, and the CV at A max were estimated, and length at A min and CV at A min were fixed.
Okay, but the others were estimated outside the model, correct? From the fits.
The K, L, and the ones in red for female there were and the male were estimated internally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarification. Okay, maturity and fecundity. There were some new developments in terms of maturity estimation. Previously, there's data available for female length at 50% maturity from Wiley and Echeverria, 1987. And that maturity was found to be at 40 centimeters at 7 years in California data. But Clara Rosemond of OSU, Oregon State University, and Melissa Head from Northwest Fisheries Science Center derived functional maturity estimates at 40.4 centimeters and 8 years from Oregon data. And these functional maturity Estimates account for abortive maturation, skip spawning, and follicular atresia that isn't accounted for in the biological maturity, which only considers the physiological development. The fecundity at a length from the Spastes meta-analysis was used to inform fecundity. And you can see here the equation for that, providing eggs per gram increases with size. One thing to note relative to the logistic regression versus a flexible spline, the model that pre-panel applied a logistic regression. One of the requests was to apply a flexible spline that's more able to capture this downward aspect of, I believe that's something akin to senescence of sorts. So that's able to be captured in this flexible spline. So there's one of the requests that was made was to evaluate the application of the flexible spline, which we'll come back around to later. All right, so just a bigger picture. That was the data section there. And now we're moving into Northern California model description. This is a single sex disaggregated population in waters from Point Arena to the California-Oregon border. Annual time steps from 1875 to 2022 were used, and tracking ages from 0 to 50 assumed unfished in 1875. 1 centimeter population length bins were used from 5 to 70 plus centimeters, and 2 centimeter bins from 8 to 60 plus centimeters. Catch fleets were 4 commercial fleets, non-trawl dead, non-trawl live, trawl and discard. 3 recreational fleets, party charter boats, private rental boats, shore modes, and discards. And then we had survey fleets from CCFRP, the Fishery Independent Survey, and Abrams Research, including it's included primarily to inform growth because it had some age data that was associated with it, age and length. PC onboard index is linked to the PC fleet selectivity. The length composition data included all catch fleets, CCFRP, and Abrams. And the conditional age at length data included commercial data for non-trawl, dead, trawl, and recreational, limited to PC and PR. And then Abrams Research and CCFRP. Okay. And then continuing on, 98 estimated parameters in the model, including 60 recruitment deviations and 2 forecast deviations, deviations. Natural mortality was estimated for females with a prior, and males were set as an offset with flat prior. 6 estimated parameters of the von Bernoulli growth function. Schnudi parameterization, A1 equals 0 years, A2 equals 20. And then, the LA1 and CVLA1 were fixed at 5 centimeters and 0.1 respectively for both sexes. And LA2, the von Bernoulli K and the CVLA2 estimated separately from both sexes. Beverton-Holt stock recruitment relationships fixed steepness at a prior of 0.72, which is our typical proxy steepness value from that analysis. And then estimated equilibrium for unfished recruitment, R0. And then recruitment deviations are estimated from 1963 to 2022 with a sigma R of 0.6. And all indices were assumed proportional to vulnerable biomass. Added variance parameters were included for the PR mode index, and length-based selectivity, logistic, commercial, or double normal for all others. time block selectivities for major recreational fleets, 1875 to 2003 and 2004 to 2022. This is to address changes in availability of larger fish in deeper depths when the depth restrictions were very constrained due to depth restrictions that were established to prevent access to yellow eye rockfish, but had implications for the availability of other species, including black rockfish. As the North really got tamped down in terms of depth restrictions and having shallower depth restrictions to keep out of those yellow eye. So that's accounted for through the time blocking. Francis weights were applied to all length and age composition data with no upweighting. So I have an equivalent here for Central California. There are a few notable differences, and rather than going through these ad nauseum, I'll just note what those differences are. So as far as the range of that, of course, is from Point Arena to the U.S.-Mexican border. As far as fleets, there was a difference in fleets, only 3 here, with the non-trawl dead and live combined versus broken out, and then trawl and discard. So the all of the rest of this black North. As far as the survey fleets are concerned, there's an onboard PC index from 1988 to 1998 from the Deb Wilson Vandenberg data. Was included there. That wasn't available in the North. And then Lee et al. Research was also included, that historical link composition data. And then as far as link composition data is concerned, we have data from non-trawl, party charter, private rental, discard, CCFRP, and Lee et al. And then data is represented by the recreational, limited to PC and PR, and CCFRP and Lee. In the continuation, we had 118 estimated parameters, including 88 recruitment divs and 2 forecast divs. Natural mortality was fixed at the sex-specific northern model estimates, and 4 estimated parameters of the von Berlanti growth function were estimated. And as far as the estimation of LA2 and K estimated separately from both sexes, the CV of LA2 was fixed to the north value. The recruitment deviations were estimated from 1935 to 2022. Same sigma R 0.6. And there was no time block on selectivity for the major recreational fleets because the depth restrictions were not as constraining in the areas to the south of Point Arena. Okay, so moving on to model evaluation. The attempted attempts at the fleets as areas. In the end, we did these 2 model areas. That was an early decision that I'm sure EJ would like to come to a conclusion on sooner so that he had more time. But he did a great job producing 2 separate assessment areas. And then bridging results were consistent. We'll go over that. Convergence, low parameter gradient, no parameters hitting bounds, and no improvement in the negative log likelihood from jittering. Reasonable fits to link composition data. There's a poor fit to the CCFRP index north of Point Arena, but it's a short time series. So, and there's a lot of other data sources that the model's trying to fit. So, as that time series gets longer, it might have more influence and be fit more closely. No strong retrospective pattern. I think I mentioned that previously. And then sensitivities, the drop one and weighting, a number of other sensitivities are conducted. So we'll just go through these relatively quickly, as not to belabor those kind of summary points. The fits here for the northern model link data seem fairly reasonable. A little bit of a mess there, but not horrible. Yeah, so that's the fits. And then we have the Pearson residuals and fits to mean lengths. Not for the non-trawl fleet, we have Pearson residuals, and I'm sorry, this was the non-trawl fleet for the northern. Again, this is northern non-trawl fleet. This is the landed live versus dead preceding. Yeah, so here's the Pearson residuals and the fits to mean length. Again, Pearson residuals for the northern trawl fleet and fits to mean lengths. You can see there's a long gap of data availability there. Yeah. Northern trawl fleet, age composition, Pearson residuals. Statewide commercial discards, your Pearson residuals and your fits to mean lengths. And the northern recreational PC fleet, Pearson residuals, fits to mean lengths. There was a little bit of a miss on the fit there. We didn't find anything to resolve that during the course of the review. And here are the Pearson residuals for that northern recreational PC fleet. The northern recreational PR fleet, Pearson residuals on the left. Seem to be some residuals there. They're somewhat high, clustered, but we didn't address that any further in the review. Fits to the mean length provided on the right. Seem to fit things fairly well, given this is the predominant data source. Northern recreational PR fleet age composition, Pearson residuals. Northern CCFRP survey, length composition, Pearson residuals, and the fit to mean lengths. Northern CCFRP survey, age composition, Pearson residuals. Northern California fishery dependent indices of abundance, PR dockside index, and the recreational PC onboard index. It's not really catching that apparent increase at the end of the onboard index, but so it goes. Northern model fishery independent indices. Yeah, the CCFRP index, not really fitting that so well, but as I said before, this is a relatively short time series, 2017 to 2022. Northern model likelihood profiles for steepness. Okay, so steepness, we're using the our proxy value of 0.72, but here we can see the degree to which the data supports that, and you can see that there was the change in likelihood here that you can see for these the length, the age data and the length data. Everything is fairly simpatico and looking for a value that's out in here in this vicinity. Things are somewhat flat, so it's not real well informed, but we're using the proxy and it seems to be in a range that seems reasonable. This is the profile on steepness for the spawning output and for the fraction unfished. There is a fair bit of variability relative to the scale, but things are fairly consistent relative to the fraction of unfished. And move on from there. Northern model likelihood profiles for natural mortality. We have the data sources here, including age, recruitment, and length data, pointing to some degree to something around 0.2 or so, which is in the ballpark of what was used. So that's provides some support there. And as far as the implications for the profiling of using various natural mortality values, the spawning output not a huge, there's some variability there, not as much as what you see in the fraction of unfished, which was a lot of variability there. And this is one of the reasons that natural mortality was the primary axis of uncertainty. We'll get to later. This is the northern model likelihood profiles for the unfished recruitment. You can see that the recruitment data and the age data, to some extent the length data, though it's pretty flat. It's looking out here between 7.5 and 8 for the unfished recruitment. You see this profile here in terms of the outcomes from the presumed initial recruitments, unfished recruitment, and for the spawning output, there's a fair degree of variability, as well as for the fraction unfished. So for a bit of uncertainty or a lot of variability, responsiveness in terms of sensitivity here. But there is some support from the data to inform that. All right, northern model likelihood profiles, unfished recruitment. And this is just showing these various values. Anything else we should be getting from this, EJ?
No, I was just going to point out that there are, in the STAR panel report, we did bivariate profiles over steepness and natural mortality. Maybe you'll be getting to that in the uncertainty section, but that's something to look at if you're interested.
Sure. Yes. We'll get to that. You can remind me when we get there, and that's a pertinent consideration. But we, in the end, I believe we considered using that bivariate plot, but in the end, we ended up just going with natural mortality.
Correct. Yep. But just to see that surface, if it helps.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe I included it. But yeah, to the degree folks are interested when we get there, we can revert to your previous presentation or to the panel report. Okay, retrospective analysis. Not a huge degree of difference here as we start peeling back years of data. We're not seeing the spawning output or the fraction unfished becoming greatly divergent from the base model. There's only moderate changes. The drop one analysis, these are the results when you start dropping specific data sources. As far as what the assessment was sensitive to, you get a more optimistic model when you drop the non-trawl dead in terms of the spawning output, and you get a more pessimistic model when you drop the trawl. You can see that on the left. And on the right, there's not as severe of an influence of the dropping of the non-trawl dead in terms of being more optimistic, but the fraction unfished is more pessimistic for sure from dropping trawl. Just to give an idea of the sensitivity to, there's no reason for us to remove those data sources, so we just moved on. But that's an indication of the effect of the removal. This is okay. If you're not on mute, please mute yourself. Northern model, additional sensitivity runs. This is some sensitivity to some of the modeling decisions here. The McAllister, ENLE weights, sharing M. I guess that's the same M for males and females. All domed, estimating all growth or estimating steepness. You can see there's, if you go all domed, things are a little more optimistic in terms of the spawning output. Not a huge effect in terms of fraction unfished. A little more pessimistic if you use the McAllister ENLE weights. All right. Slightly out of place here, but it's the natural mortality and estimates.
John?
Yep.
Before you go on the simple model, would you go back to the retrospect pattern of the northern model?
What's that?
The retrospect. I think that's your slide 43. So why is all the lines that come to the end? So if I'm looking at the base model is a blue line, but like there is other like green dots also at the end of the time series.
Yeah, it seems as though they do continue on to the end. EJ, did you want to speak to that, or did I grab the wrong thing here?
It could be the forecast setting that I had in there. It could, so those could be forecast. I would have to go back and check. We have in the star panel report, there's another look because there was a request to look deeper into the Mohn's row calculations and whatnot. So you can look in the so you can look in the star panel report, and those I believe have the expected ending, you know, as you do the peels. This was the plot that came out of the retrospective function in R4SS, and it could be that I just have my forecast settings in a way that makes it a little more confusing. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, though there's some overlap beyond the respective year that it's supposed to be terminated, you can still see the trends are not that different. But thanks for pointing out the inconsistency with expectation when looking at retrospectives and having them terminate at the last peel year. So thanks, Teresa. Okay. So we discussed these two, and now we're getting into the Central California model, and that's why we're looking at natural mortality and estimates of growth. Again, these were, M was fixed at the Northern model estimates, so there's consistency there in terms of the values that were used in both the Northern and Central. And then growth, you can see the K values here. And of course, for males and females, there's differences in growth rates. All right, Central model fits to length data. See that the fits are relatively reasonable, with the exception of the Lee data. There's not a massive sample size there, so some of that is just an artifact, especially when you start breaking things down into male, female, and then combined as the groupings get small. I think that's why things are a little herky-jerky there relative to the fits for the rest. So, all right. And these are the fits for the Central non-trawl fleet, the Pearson residuals, and then the fits to the mean lengths are on the right. You can see that there's kind of a dearth of data there on the right, resulting in that long gap there. The Central recreational PC fleet, Pearson residuals on the left, fits to mean length on the right. EJ, you're pointing out something here relative to the red circle, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, this was just a pattern that we saw consistently in the Central area that did not appear in the North. So if you look at the similar plots for the PR fleet in the Central area, basically you see this decline in mean length right around 2010. And then that is also consistent with a spike in catch rates from both fishery independent and fishery dependent sources a little later in 2013. So the model's interpreting that as a recruitment event. And you see that in the recruitment deeds for the Central area, but not so much for the Northern.
Okay. Thank you, EJ. And here are the Central recreational PC fleet Pearson residuals. And here's the Central recreational PR fleet Pearson residuals and the fits to mean lengths. Again, that pattern is observed that EJ spoke to. And then Central recreational PR fleet age composition Pearson residuals. Central recreational discard fleet. You can see the Pearson residuals here and the fits to mean length. It's missing in a couple spots, but yeah. And did you have extra variants on these to try to encompass those?
All of the composition data were weighted with Francis weights. So yeah, I think that for if you're talking about extra variants on indices, that we did that for the PR fleet, but none of the others.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so discard fleet, some misses there, but not horrible. Central CCFRP survey. See the Pearson residuals on the left, fits to mean length on the right. And you see this pattern that was observed in the PC and PR is also observed in the fishery independent CCFRP survey. This is a hook and line survey, so they're using similar gear, etc. But they seem to be picking up on the same pattern that EJ spoke to. And then this is the Central CCFRP survey age composition Pearson residuals. And Central PC onboard Devils and Vandenberg survey Pearson residuals and fits to mean length. See, it didn't quite fit that so well in terms of capturing the ups and downs, but there's a lot of data from other data sources that are competing. Central Lee et al. Research data, the Pearson residuals on the left, fits to mean length on the right. It's not a very long time period there for data, but it provides data from a time period that is otherwise not as well represented. Central model, fishery dependent indices of abundance for the PR dockside index and the SURF's PC onboard index. And as far as the gap here between 2015 and 20, I believe there were some issues with bag limit changes that affected the index, and so those were omitted.
Correct.
Yep. And then as far as the peak here, did you want to speak to that, EJ?
Well, that's just one of the patterns that we saw in Central California that didn't show up in the northern part of the state. And it's consistent with that dip in mean length a few years earlier, if it is a recruitment event. But we did see quite a bit of consistency between indices in this area in this time period around that 2013 peak, and that was across fishery dependent and independent sources. Both you saw it in the CCFRP data and then also in that PSCO index, even though we didn't end up using it in the final model.
Yeah, I guess looking at recruitment divs would be interesting to see the degree that there's consistently an indication of recruitment there. But it's yeah, I'm wondering the extent to which things might be a little time lagged for the north, if there is a migration that's taking place.
That's a good point. We didn't look at time lag, how correlations vary with lagged correlations we didn't look at.
Okay. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the degree to which it's just a delay in those fish making their way up into the north if there is a great deal of migration. But in any event, that's an area for future research. So we'll move on. Central model fishery dependent indices of abundance continued. We have the recreational PC onboard Devils and Vandenberg index. It's got a downward trend, as you can see. Central California Model Fishery Independent Indices of Abundance, or CCFRP. You see the fits here. Again, pointing out that trend that EJ was speaking to. It's observed in Central, not really North. Central Model Likelihood Profiles for Steepness. Again, well, we have a little bit of an oddity here with the index data, but the length data is interestingly enough, as well as recruitment, are speaking to a steepness around the 0.72 that is the proxy. It's a little higher, but in the same ballpark. Here you can see the range of values of H and the effect on spawning output, and also fraction of unfished. There's more of an effect on spawning output than there is on the terminal year fraction of unfished. Central model likelihood profiles for natural mortality. You've got the length data and age data, speaking to natural mortality that's around 0.2, which is in the ballpark of what was used as the proxy from the north. Maybe a little bit higher is pushing for, but not much. Here you can see the range of spawning outputs when you apply various values for natural mortality. See there's a large degree of difference, again, central and northern areas. This was the major axis of uncertainty in the end, although, as EJ said, we did explore using bivariate steepness and M to define that. But in the end, natural mortality was our primary axis of uncertainty. So moving on from here, central model likelihood profiles for unfished recruitment. You can see here that it's a little bit lower in terms of the unfished recruitment here versus for the north. North was a little bit higher, as I recall. You can see the implications of the various values of unfished recruitment for spawning output in the top here. Apologies, it should be here. And then this is the relative spawning output. You can see there's more of an effect on the scale than the terminal year depletion, although there's a fair bit of variability here. But yeah. Central model retrospective analysis. Not much to speak of here. Again, these are going through to the present year, but you can see the degree to which they would differ. They still reflect the peel, but that is the removal of sequential years into the past. As EJ noted, there's some additional work there with Mohn's row. Might show some differences there in the terminal year. Although, did we do that for the central as well as the north? I can't recall. I think it might have just been for the north. Mohn's row.
I believe it was for both.
It was for both. Okay, so you can take a look at those. So yeah, this just doesn't reflect necessarily the lack of information into the future from the projection. But in any event, no real differences there. There's not much to speak of, so not a retrospective pattern to concern ourselves with. Central model drop one analyses. You can see that there's, if you drop CCFRP, you get a little more pessimistic outcome versus more optimistic if you drop the Devils and Vandenberg onboard sampling in terms of spawning output. The same follows for fraction unfished. You also have a fair bit of more optimism if you drop, this is the recreational PC data. We saw this downward trend in the Devils and Vandenberg onboard data. So dropping that, making things more optimistic kind of makes some sense. But all in all, there's no reason to exclude them. This is just an indication of what happens when you do. So additional sensitivity runs conducted for McAllister ENL weighting, sharing M between males and females, logistic commercial selectivity, estimating all growth and estimating M for females and males. You can see there's just not a ton of variability in these sensitivity analyses, all giving you something in the same ballpark as the base model. These are the panel review requests. There's only a select few of them that resulted in either considerations for revision of the base model or recommendations for future research. And so, one of the requests that was made was request 3, adding aging error prior to 2015. There were aging error estimates for before and after, but only the ones for after were applied in the base model. This is just a matter of the inclusion of the data that was available for prior to 2015, somewhat of a housekeeping change, something that needed to be incorporated at the outset. But we had this chance to do it and take a look at the implications. Not much of a change resulted from it, but it is the right thing to do to include it. So we incorporated that, as well as a flexible spline fit to the functional maturity, as opposed to the logistic curve that doesn't allow for that kind of decrease with senescence. And so that spline fit, as well as the aging error, were propagated into a revised model in request 9 for both the north and the central. This was the case. So that was the only real quote unquote change to the assessment. There really weren't implications there in terms of either spawning output or the relative spawning output depletion. And so in any event, those were incorporated. We examined the potential benefit of recruitment indices from dive surveys and the RREAS. This is the juvenile rockfish survey run by Southwest Fisheries Science Center through squid plots, and considered inclusion in the future assessments was the upshot. It's one of those things that the clock kind of ran out, I think, in terms of inclusion, given the need to break things into 2 models, and that was time consuming in a relatively recent move, which didn't really allow for a full examination of the inclusion. But we requested these squid plots that provide you with an indication of the degree to which the recruitment deviations start to stabilize at a given age. If you had sampling of if you were able to sample these fish earlier, you'd have an earlier indication of the recruitment that's taken place. These squid plots reflect the degree to which that recruitment deviation starts to be fully accounted for in the assessment, having observed year classes a sufficient number of times to really try to start to capture the recruitment deviations. On this left-hand panel, this is without these recruitment indices. You see that it takes about 4 to 6 years where you really start getting the signal of the recruitment. The fish have to grow out and end up being caught by the gear that's being used or the survey, and it takes a while for that to happen. If you have these recruitment indices and you incorporate them, then it gives you a little bit more of an early warning or a better indication of recruitment sooner. And so you see that this variability starts to calm down earlier. And so that's one indication that there's might be some potential benefit or indication of early warning of recruitment events or lack thereof from inclusion of these recruitment indices. But yeah, there wasn't time to incorporate them during the course of the panel, but this is something that could be included in the future under a full assessment. Okay, evidence of convergence for the northern base model. We had a maximum parameter gradient, 6e to the negative 5. What's as far as the gradient wasn't terribly steep. That's a very low number, indicating that the model had found something in likelihood space that is consistently in an area that might be a local or global minimum. Anything else from that, EJ?
Nope.
Okay. No parameters hit the bounds. Running the base model with ADM-B has stop option reduced the maximum gradient to 0, only improved the negative likelihood by 6.8 e to the negative 13, which is a very, 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 very small number. Jitters were run, but no solution was found with a lower negative log likelihood, indicative of a more optimal model. So I think we've found the global minimum for the log likelihood. And as far as technical merits for this assessment, there are a wide range of available data collected in the fishery-dependent and fishery-independent monitoring programs that were examined, and well-defined protocols were developed for CPUE standardization. The age and length data and indices of abundance from various sources were incorporated, resulting in comprehensive evaluation of fish stock dynamics, leading to an improved understanding of the status of the stock and sustainable harvest levels. The STAT team explored many alternative models with different configurations and parameterizations within the stock synthesis framework to check the robustness of the current approach being used for management advice, which improved the quality of the assessment overall and indicated potential solutions to some problems. The assessment also evaluated a finer spatial scale stock assessment for Black Rockfish, California, with the 2 assessment areas, reducing the uncertainty compared to the 2015 assessment. Technical deficiencies. Still some concern that the primary and secondary targets may be too loosely applied to effectively filter out the non-informative data for the CPUE indices of abundance. There's a filter there that, there's potential for improvements when people report their trip targets. They can be disconnected from what they actually are fishing for during the day, and there may be some trips that end up being excluded that could have been included, or vice versa. So these kind of species-based filters in terms of co-occurrence might be an improvement. Need to better quantify uncertainties from different model structures that present plausible fishery population dynamics. Ensemble modeling approaches may be considered in the future to quantify the uncertainty in the stock assessment models. We don't really have a means of incorporating ensemble models in a way I've seen that's. So we haven't done that, but that's something that we'd have to consider as a TOR revision, I guess, or something else to provide some guidance on how that would be done within the context of our assessments. But that was one of the recommendations from the CIE members, I believe. Current assessment assumes that the assessment areas are closed with no immigration, which does not reflect the observed movement in the tagging studies. Again, this is the potential for confounding the natural mortality in the central area, given that the fish are moving out of that area potentially into the northern. That can be confounded with natural mortality and the perception that those fish had died. Addressing that through some movement between the 2 assessment areas might be beneficial. No historical functional maturity information is available. Recent years data were used in estimating historical spawning output, though it is likely to vary with biotic and abiotic environmental conditions. So without having a full understanding of the dynamics of functional maturity with environmental correlates, it's difficult to account for that in the assessment. But that would be a potential improvement, though it may not be achievable. Lack of explicit consideration of ecosystem dynamics in the stock assessment, for example, climate change, or just trends and patterns surrounding El Niños, La Niñas, Pacific Decadal oscillations, whatever the case may be. Better understanding of that and incorporation of the assessment might be an improvement in the future. Area-specific status and depletion. So on the left, you have a plot of spawning output for the north and central. And as we noted before, when we were talking about the spatial structure of these assessments, though there's 2 assessment areas, there is essentially only a single area that is the stock defined area for California as a whole. And so this just provides some perspective on how the trends in abundance varied between the areas in the end. You can see that in the north, you have a fraction of unfished in 2023, it's 36.4%. Versus in the central, you have a fraction unfished in 2023 of 42.1%. But those end up getting amalgamated into a single set of fraction unfished by combining the results from the northern and the central assessment areas. And when you do that, the combined stock status and depletion ends up being in the precautionary zone in terms of the status, from a depletion of 37.7% in aggregate. To the right, you can see the spawning output in billions of eggs for the statewide perspective. And then the spawning output relative to unfished output is in the plot below. Still below that target red line of 40%, but still above the minimum stock size threshold of 25%. So we're in the precautionary zone. That slight downward turn there is not good. Very recent years, recruitment hasn't been stellar. So some concern there, a reason for maybe a little precaution. But as far as, our harvest control rules are set such that, that there should be an upward movement relative to our harvest rates that result in a return to that 40%. So that is the subject of the decision table, for which the primary axis of uncertainty was the prior for natural mortality centered on the point estimate of the base model with 12.5 and 87.5% percentiles of the distribution, providing the lower and upper states of nature. So this is the lower state of nature, and this is the high state of nature. This is the base state of nature from which our catch is usually drawn in terms of future harvest opportunities, and you can see the respective effect of those on the fraction unfished over time. A full attainment is assumed in these projections, and base catch indicates that the stock would be healthy by 2032, potentially. Who knows? It depends on attainment, and it could happen sooner, shouldn't happen later. But this is a model, and we'll see next time whether that's been achieved. So, just looking at the figure below, this brackets the base case here in terms of the Northern California M of 0.30 and M of 0.147 as the low. This is just for the Northern California because, of course, the Central borrowed the values from the Northern. So this is reflective of both areas. So this is the decision table and some things to consider for management in terms of potential risks. If you have higher catch and you're actually in this low productivity scenario, you could have a detrimental effect on the stock. It's just a matter of, and actually, it would be perceived as being overfished outset in any case, but just going downhill. So there is somewhat of a weighing of the cost of being wrong in these decision tables. We usually use this base model area with base catch as our basis for management, but this provides some indication of alternative kind of states of nature and what the world would look like under each of those with the same harvest rate or harvested quantities, really. Okay, so that's the decision table. Here's a comparison of this total spawning output in California for the 2023 versus 2015 assessments. As far as spawning output, the scale is a little bit higher for the 2023 assessment versus 2015. The trajectory is similar, and where they're both going the same places over time, downward over the number of decades, and then return trip in the last 2 decades. Both are saying the same thing there. And then relative spawning output in California is the depletion. You can see that the patterns were very consistent between the 2 assessments. And it seems that there's a continuation of the trend that was observed there as well. So some consistency there between the assessments. The last assessment was for the whole state the state as a whole versus 2 assessment areas. Might have left EJ scratching his head as his investment of time, but I think we did gain a greater understanding of the life history of black rockfish and its implications for assessment, and potentially might have a model that has greater realism with the movement between areas. Might be advantageous. But just to say, both models were headed the same direction, so there's consistency in the results, which is somewhat reassuring. Research and data needs. The panel supports recommendations provided in the pre-STAR draft assessment reproduced below, which includes continuing to develop nearshore fishery independent surveys, as other available surveys provide weak information for the trend in the population. Improve understanding of broad ecosystem considerations within the context of black rockfish and other nearshore species management. Evaluate and develop linkages between black rockfish population dynamics and environmental, oceanographic, and climate variables. Won't go too deep into that. Continue work on investigation into movement, behavior, or mortality of older females to further reconcile their absence in fisheries data. In particular, conduct genetic studies on fish observed off the continental shelf to determine whether their association, with nearshore stocks. I think this is one of the circumstances where I don't know that the jury is quite out on what happened to the large females, the hide 'em or kill 'em hypotheses. We've been leaning toward the kill 'em hypothesis, especially with all the work that's been done to identify potential locations that may be unsampled, et cetera, off of Oregon. And as far as those larger females and where they are, we've been leaning toward the kill 'em side of things and having the higher natural mortality for females than males. That's the direction that's been gone, which is the kill 'em hypothesis, as opposed to their hiding somewhere. But this is just one more stone to turn, perhaps. So number 5 is continue to build evidence for appropriate natural mortality values for females and males to help resolve the extent to which dome-shaped age-based selectivity may be occurring for each. Design and conduct research studies to better understand the trade-offs revealed in this assessment between black rockfish biology and population scale that seems to be at odds. If discrepancies cannot be uncovered, evaluate management procedures that are robust as can be to this trade-off. And conduct early life history studies that provide a better understanding of the ecology and habitats of black rockfish from settlement to age 1. And that might help with these young of year rockfish surveys as well, and their application in future models. And continued research and data needs. These are the ones that the STAR panel supports, given their own input. The previous ones were from the stat and included in the assessment. The first is simulation studies or meta-analysis across species or other research to examine circumstances in which options for treatment of sex data for composition data are preferable. There are options 1 and 2, treating them as separate, or option 3, treating them as combined. Such studies should aim to provide criteria for their application to inform guidance in the Pacific Fishery Management Council's groundfish terms of reference and accepted practices documents. There was, we'll discuss this further, but there surrounding Washington and Oregon, there was some consideration of which those options were optimal. In this case, option 3 was used for California versus options 1 and 2 in Oregon and Washington. But we'll get to that discussion as we go into Washington and Oregon. Further evaluation of temporal and spatial variability in biological and functional maturity may facilitate accounting for uncertainty or help account for trends and identify drivers. Data informing the functional maturity ogive were collected during a period of extreme variability in ocean conditions, and further examination of drivers of variability observed may prove beneficial. Compare trends in abundance and patterns of recruitment across species to examine commonalities, differences in their causes, which may help inform accounting for environmental determinants. account for variance in catch history to reflect the full degree of uncertainty in the assessment, and re-examine methods to generate estimates of abundance from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife tagging program using approaches. Okay, that's odd. Don't know how that one got in there. Okay, panel recommendations. The panel had considered the nature of the assessment. It has recruitment deviations, but estimation of the stock recruitment relationship wasn't very well informed, which would be the category 1C if it were, but since it's not, it's a 1B. There's a default sigma of 0.5 associated with category 1. And the next assessment, the panel ended a full assessment to address connectivity between the two assessment areas and potential confounded M for central given migration, central area given migration. So as far as the Groundfish Subcommittee's perspective on these recommendations, discussion there. Also, we can discuss anything, any loose ends from the presentation that folks wanted to go back to. But I believe this is the last slide for California. So,
thank you, John. Does the subcommittee have any additional questions or comments for John? Don't see any hands up.
okay. And do we agree with these recommendations in terms of category 1 and sigma of 0.5 and then full assessment? And then I guess there's the question of whether we endorse this is the best scientific information available.
Any thoughts?
I'm not able to. Yeah, I'm not able to see thumbs up or anything on my end. So we can start with category 1, I guess. Thumbs up. Are the thumbs up, Teresa?
Let me see. It's sort of hard to see when you have your presentation up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hey, John and Teresa, this is Jessie filling in for Marlene. I can see the thumbs up if that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
I saw from Cheryl and Jason, both gave thumbs up. But
okay, thank you.
And there is a hand up from Kristen now.
Okay, Kristen?
Yeah, I am in agreement with these recommendations. I guess I did have just a couple of questions or things I wanted to circle back on from the presentation. So for the sake of discussion, one thing that caught me a little bit was under one of the deficiencies that the panel highlighted was about ensemble modeling or the lack of ensemble modeling. I guess it wasn't worded quite in that way. I guess I just it seemed like the line between technical deficiencies versus future research recommendations it's a little bit fuzzy sometimes, but I just want to make sure that I understand the panel didn't have any major concerns with these aspects of the model that were lacking. Is that correct? Or can you give us some more context to that discussion?
Yeah, I think, this, as I said, when we're going through, I mean, there has been some discussion, in outside circles and by some of our assessment authors in the past of using an ensemble modeling approach. But it's not really codified as to how that would be done or the relative weighting of models, et cetera, and how you deal with that in terms of combining their results to inform management, et cetera. We haven't crossed that bridge. I don't even think we've set foot, but as far as yeah, as far as whether this would be more of a technical deficiency versus a research and data need, I think relative to the bigger picture, it's kind of a research or data need. This is just an assessment that doesn't include that option. But bear in mind that some of this is just a perspective from one of the CIE reviewers who, would like to see ensemble modeling approaches examined further. It's irrespective of, our current terms of reference or means of incorporating numerous models into a single result. So I echo your concern. Is this research and data need, or is this a real deficiency? I think if we had prescribed methods for ensemble modeling, then I guess you might consider it a deficiency. But I mean, given where the bar is right now, it's maybe not. But
Okay,
definitely
thanks.
research and data need in a bigger picture, like outside of this assessment. This isn't even like, this is our whole system doesn't accommodate ensemble modeling. So at least at this juncture.
I totally agree with that. I just flag it because generally when I'm looking through a star panel report and I look at technical deficiencies, those are the things in my mind that I should be very concerned about, or that, if somebody else, the council, is reading through and seeing that these are like problems with the assessment model. And some of these don't, to me, quite rise to that. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something in the panel discussion, that was my interpretation was correct. And I guess along those lines, I am curious also about the last one, about consideration of ecosystem dynamics, and to the degree the panel discussed that in terms of how, if the assessment was adhering to the TOR's recommendations around including that some of those processes, or sort of where the discussion was on that from the panel.
Right. Yeah, I think, as far as explicit consideration of ecosystem dynamics, I mean, there was some discussion in the assessment in the ecosystem section, just discussing the biology of the species and, its kind of role and where it is trophically, et cetera. But, as far as further examination of, the dynamics and what's driving recruitment, et cetera, we have not gotten to that point. This is one of the few nearshore species that actually has a pretty substantial amount of data to base some of those analyses on. And so it seems, our discussion did identify this as being one of the few nearshore species for which there's might be sufficient data to inform some of those relationships. But, I think that's a bell or whistle attached to this. That's a potential improvement. I don't know the degree to which it would change the outcome of the assessment per se, but it's just a matter of walking down that road. And I can't necessarily, fault anyone for not having gone down that road. Our assessments, there's only so many that have even really taken that next step beyond some rudimentary understanding of the, nature of the stock's kind of response to environmental changes, or just the nature of its role in the ecosystem. The bridge to incorporating that into an assessment, it's a pretty high bar. There are only so many data sets that we even have to really inform that. I think it's a work in progress across our assessments, and only so many of our assessments can actually meet that bar.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that if, as long as the panel agreed that the assessment is adhering to how the TOR recommends this, and then it's, this is again a sort of a research recommendation for the future, that there's an opportunity here. So, and it sounds like that's the case. So thank you for that extra context.
Again, you make a good point that it's not necessarily it's not a deficiency that's a source of major concern, but it's something that could be addressed in the future. So it's also a research and data need for sure, as you heard. Okay, additional questions? Do you want to go back to the BSIA discussion? I don't think I don't know. That had a question mark. It wasn't a statement, but I think we had some discussion of these recommendations being acceptable. BSIA was the one that I didn't necessarily hear an affirmative on, but if we can thumbs up on these recommendations, including BSIA. What are we seeing? I'm blind. I have a presentation in front of me.
I see thumbs up from Jason, Cheryl, and Kristen, and John Phil.
Okay. Seems like there's no dissenters, no hands up in opposition, so we can go ahead and move forward with that. Okay. Anything further that we need to address here?
I don't have anything more. Are there any additional from the subcommittee? I don't see any other hands up and no additional comment in the chat either. So John, I think we are good with this California assessment.
Okay, great. Yep. And just a time check, it's 11:44. And rather than moving forward into Washington, considering we have a scheduled lunch hour, 12 o'clock, and we don't necessarily need to try to blaze ahead in terms of any remaining content in terms of Washington and Oregon, because we're waiting on Jason to be available this afternoon so that he can respond to questions. So I think we'll go ahead and just break for an early lunch, even earlier than we expected. So there's going to be a fairly extensive break, but I don't see the need to take any more time from people's lunches or other ability to address other emails, et cetera, that have come in during the course of the day. Anybody else have any other perspective on our next steps? Oh, and stop sharing. It's good. Okay, it seems like there's no complaints there with an extended lunch. Just hope it doesn't bite us on the back end as we go through Washington and Oregon. But as I said before, we want to have Jason Cope available, so we'll just proceed as noted, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Okay, thanks everybody.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. It's 1:30. We can go ahead and reconvene. We will be discussing the black rockfish in Washington assessment. The discussion lead is Tommy Moore, and the rapporteur will be John Field. And Jason Cope is, I believe he's present. Checking participation. Yep, he is here and ready to answer questions, should there be any, as I go through presentation. And with that, I'll go ahead and hand things over to Tom to orient us further, and then I'll go ahead and while he's doing that, I'll share my screen.
Great, thanks, Jason. Yeah, I don't think too much introduction is needed. Just going through the Washington portion of the black rockfish assessment. So same thing as we did this morning. And I think I'll just pass over to Jason for his presentation, and then we'll kind of pause episodically for questions and then have some discussion at the end. So go ahead, Jason.
Oh, I'll be presenting, Tommy. This is John.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, no sweat. Just supplant John with Jason, and we're there.
Perfect.
So yeah. Okay. And let's go ahead and I'll put up my presentation.
Hey, John, this is Jessie. Just
Yes.
a reminder that we are recording this. And then if you wouldn't mind, I see a few mics that are live. Make sure those are muted as we're going through the presentations, just to limit feedback.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is all one continuous presentation. So let me get down to Washington. Here we are. Okay, so Washington Black Rockfish Assessment. The stat included Jason Cope of Northwest Fisheries Science Center, who's the lead, Lisa Hillier of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Corey Niles of WFW, Teresa So, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Kristen Hinton, also WFW, and last but not least, Fabio Caltabalata of WFW. So here's a summary of the previous assessment, or assessments. Historical assessments have been conducted in 1994 by Wallace and Taggart, and 1999 by Wallace et al., and then Wallace and So in 2007. These were all structured with the stratification at Cape Falcon to the US-Canada border. The 2007 assessment used stock synthesis and included CPUE from tag release trips and Peterson estimates of abundance from tagging as relative abundance indices. In 2015, a full assessment was conducted. It's the first state-based assessment in stock synthesis 3. The fleets included recreational, trawl, non-trawl, included trawl twice, and 2 surveys. Francis weighting and sex-specific natural mortality were used. We had this discussion previously of the Hyden or Killam hypothesis. Sex-specific natural mortality was invoked in part because there was apparently a difference in the natural mortality between the two. There's the Killam hypothesis that we've been working on, given that the Hyden hypothesis doesn't necessarily hold water in light of all of the efforts that have been made to find the older females. We're now assuming that they are dying off more quickly through natural mortality than the males. And thus there's a, in this instance, that had been handled through a ramping as opposed to an offset, as is currently invoked. So a little difference there in terms of how M was employed. The likelihood components include the indices of abundance, length, and age data. And this is the current basis for management. The depletion is currently at 43% of unfished in 2015. To the right, you see the time series for the spawning depletion, and see that the stock has dipped into the precautionary zone and then increased in more recent years to be at the healthy stock status. So with that, we'll step into the current assessment. And first, we'll just get an overview of the data sources that are available. You have catches from the trawl, non-trawl, and recreational fisheries. You have abundance indices from tagging efforts, a nearshore survey, a dive survey, the OCNMS, that's for adults as well as young of year. Then we have a private boat index and a charter index. Link compositions, we have trawl, non-trawl, recreational, tagging, nearshore survey, and the dive survey. And then conditional age at length compositions are derived from the trawl, non-trawl, and recreational fisheries. We have ages coming in. So for the Washington commercial fishery, the gear groupings were trawl, including groundfish trawl and shrimp trawl, and non-trawl, which included jig and troll. There are a couple of closures that are unique to Washington in terms of the commercial fishery being closed for both trawl and non-trawl, non-trawl being implemented in 1985 and trawl in 1989. And this closes off a fair proportion of the habitat for this stock and preserves it to some degree for the recreational fishery, since it's such a major aspect of that fishery. So that commercial removals, landings, and Washington landings pre-2015 landings are the same as in the 2015 assessment. 2015 to 22 landings are added to this assessment. Historical Astoria, Oregon landings were further examined in terms of where the fishing took place and what could be ascribed back to Washington from effort exerted in Astoria taking place in Washington. Some revision here compared to the 2015 assessment. 98.6% of the rockfish caught in Washington. So we're assuming 3% of black pre-1981 and 4% of black for 1981 to 1986 that were landed in Astoria, or sorry, that's the percentage of the catch in Washington that would have been coming from Oregon. Jason, is that correct? Do you want to sort me out on that?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think that's that is the thing that happened. We have I think Allie was on if she needs to say anything more, but I think you got it. And because it's a combination, right? Because Allie from Oregon helped the overall thing, and then folks in Washington and members of the Washington staff who are also here, they're the ones that came up with a different proportion of the total rockfish that got allocated to Washington, reducing that from, like you said, 14 to 3. Yep.
Yep. And that's versus that 14%, which is the perception in 2015. Correct. Which on the right, you can see these figures that kind of bear out the catch for the trawl and non-trawl over time for each of the assessments. And you can see there's a large spike there for 2015 for the trawl. Some of that historical catch was quelled by this effort. So that's one of the improvements that was made. This will be reflected to some degree in the scale. So we'll get to that later. Recreational removals included historical catch reconstruction efforts conducted in 2015. Pre-2015 total removal, retained catch, and dead releases was the same as in the 2015 assessment. 2015 to 2022 total removal is added in this assessment. You can see there's a continuation there, not much difference in the catch there compared to 2015 or 2007. I'm not even seeing 2015. I think it's exactly the same as the notes would imply. So that's what you're seeing on the right in the figure. Okay, and the Washington tonal fisheries removals, you can kind of see the trends here relative to the removals over time, reflecting those closures in 1985 and 1999 as the trawl and non-trawl contributions dwindle, and most of what's left is recreational impacts. But at one time, there was a fair bit of trawl impact there, some non-trawl, but not as substantial. But that changed when those regulations went in place relative to 3 miles from shore and prevented accessibility in the commercial fleets. As far as fishery biological samples from commercial, you can see here this kind of reflects the closures there. After 1995, you don't see much for the non-trawl and trawl. Really, 1999, I believe, was the closure of the trawl, and then it goes even fewer, and that's for lengths and ages. You see that paucity of data because of the lack of access. But before that, you have some reasonable sample sizes, both for ages and lengths. And then for the recreational fishery, access was maintained over time, and the sampling is pretty robust, providing lots of length data and age data, all the way from 79 to, there's a little less age data, but it kicks in 1984, you really start getting a good sample, some in 1982. And then good sample sizes all the way through to present. Indices of abundance. Fishery-dependent indices included the dockside data from 1981 to present. They're sampled from March to October. So this is data from private boats and charter boats. Bag limit did change in 2003 to 2011 when it was 15 fish. And then to 2011 to current, it's 12 fish bag limit. And this is just speaks to some potential changes that might have implications for these indices, which we'll discuss a little later. Fishery independent indices of abundance were from the black rockfish tagging study, and it was really relegated to marine area 2. So a relatively limited region was represented from 1995 to 2018. A nearshore survey was implemented in 2019. It's continued till 2022. This is still ongoing. Was coast-wide sampling as opposed to being relegated to only a portion of the coast, and had 125 stations, providing good spatial representation. There are 4 drifts per station, 5 fishers with 2 flies each. Just gives you an idea of the effort. Lots of stations, not a ton of lines in the water or hooks in the water, but with 4 drifts, you're starting to get some good representation. There was a review of that survey this last off year during methodology reviews, or workshop, I think it was, for hook and line surveys. So that's been reviewed recently. And then we have this OCNMS scuba belt transect for adults and young of year. And on the right, you can see the trends in each of those surveys and their durations, and seems to be a fairly flat, slightly increasing then potentially decreasing trend there. In recent years, things are a little bit lower, but again, continual representation wasn't there for the private boat and the charter because of, private boat at least because of the bag limit changes changed the catch per unit effort and made it so it was no longer continuously comparable. So one concern there, the tagging is pretty continuous there, but as we said, that's only a certain portion of the coast. But it does provide a similar trend to the private boat, which is representative of the coast. So that's what we get from the indices of abundance that are available. This is a model description. It's an overview of the components and parameters. Structure and data. There were 3 fleets, 6 surveys. The main likelihood components were surveys, length composition, conditional age at length, and marginal ages, which were included but not fit. The data weighting was, for the biological data, was conducted using a Francis weighting method. Which is, and then the surveys, there was additional variance added to give a little bit more room for the fits. As far as parameter specifications, there's sex specific, estimated for growth, the L at age max, the length at maximum age, the von Bertalanffy K growth parameter, and recruitment and selectivity were all estimated. Natural mortality, length at amen, length at minimum age 0. CVs at length, maturity, fecundity, and length weight were all fixed. So model evaluation, we have sensitivities from various iterations on including or excluding data or alternative model specifications. It requests, for the stat, that's request from the panel, apologies. Convergence tests and then technical merits and deficiencies to consider. We have likelihood profiles relative to the initial recruitment. The estimate here reflected in this first upper left is where that's derived. You can see that it's a pretty steep change in log likelihood. And then, these are just the other relationships of how the fraction of unfished spawning biomass, unfished, and then spawning biomass at present are all affected by the log of the initial recruitment. Relative to the likelihood components informing initial recruitment, in this first upper left panel, we have the changes in log likelihood for various data sources. It seems the age data and recruitment are pretty strongly suggesting a value between 7 and 8. And as far as the individual fleets are concerned, not a lot of information there, although you have the recreational that's calling for a lower initial recruitment. Relative to the age composition, you've got the trawl, non-trawl, and recreational data all in fairly good agreement about the log of initial recruitment being between 7 and 8. And the survey likelihoods are putting things that are closer to 8 for those data that actually are informing things here, although see, it's private boat and tagging seem to be the most informative, although it dips again to the right. What to make of that kind of bimodality, if you will, I'm not sure, but that's where it came out. But we have pretty good information here that it's somewhere between 7 and 8. Likelihood profiles for steepness. The steepness that was used is based on the proxy for Rockfish. It's 0.72 at present, and this just shows the changes in fraction unfished, spawning biomass at unfished, and spawning biomass at present across various steepness levels. The likelihood components for steepness are indicating something. Well, there's some conflicts in terms of what different data sources are indicating. The length data would push for a lower steepness, whereas the age and index and recruitment would indicate that higher steepness is more likely, even beyond the 0.72 that we've seen. There's, like I said, the length composition likelihoods all would indicate a lower steepness in the panel, and the age composition likelihoods in the lower left. Again, all three of the data sources are indicating consistently higher steepness. And then the survey likelihoods as well indicate a higher steepness. So, and it's you know, it's a little higher than 0.72. So 0.72, you know, might be it's fairly well supported by this. So there's nothing that refutes that as being a reasonable steepness. Likelihood profiles for natural mortality. Natural mortality derived from a proxy based on maximum age observed would lead us to a natural mortality of 0.17 for females. We have an offset 0.152 for males. This is just providing some indication as to where things would be placed with the likelihood. And it seems that something a little bit lower is supported here in this first panel, upper left. But let's see what the individual data sources have to say. So here we have lower natural mortalities suggested by length, higher by age. Surveys suggesting higher as well. So that 0.17 is falling into a range that seems somewhat reasonable relative to the age composition data and what it would say about this. But it's in conflict with the lengths, and there is an analysis in a request from the panel that looks a little bit of the differences between the lengths and the expected lengths given the ages, which we'll speak to in a few minutes. But that does bear out where some of the conflict might reside between those data sources. But natural mortality is notoriously difficult to nail down in estimations. The proxy values that we're using are the basis that was retained, 0.17 for females. Retrospective perspective, stripping away years of data into the past. At each of these peels, you can see some differences that are occurring. Things start to look a little more optimistic as you peel back data. For the first 5 years, which are the typical comparisons, there's not as much of a consideration. At least the nearshore survey falls away as you get further back in time, just because it was only conducted in since 2018, I believe. So that might be part of why you start to see things change so abruptly. Jason, was there any other potential source that you see for that change?
Yeah, no, I mean, like you said, we typically show a -5. If you look at a -5, there's really not much of a pattern there. One thing that we pointed out in these retrospectives that could be changed in the future is that the end part of the recruitment time series is usually fixed because we don't have much information, right? We don't have a recruitment index or anything. And the lengths and the ages, because of selectivity, are lagged for their information. So we usually fix those. But when you start stripping this back, you start estimating more and more of those end recruitments. They become free. And so that was one of the reasons likely that once you start getting beyond 4 or 5 years, you can start to see a little bit more of a retrospective pattern. Overall, though, there really isn't much going on here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. these are some sensitivities informing model building. And everything is, in terms of the spawning output, there's not a huge degree of variability there. There's similar pattern observed across. But for fixed growth, it gives an unrealistically optimistic perspective, and as does estimating L-min to a lesser extent. It's the next lower of those curves in that kind of aquamarine color. So spawning, fraction of unfished, everything is headed in a similar direction apart from that fixed growth run. And so there's some variability there across some of these sensitivities, but at least we're looking at a similar kind of trajectory. Okay, panel review requests of importance. We did examine functional maturity over time. It showed some variability. And that was in request 1. If we had drivers to better understand what was causing that variability, then we might be able to incorporate it into the model. It's something that we discussed relative to California black rockfish. That said, it is a substantial effort to try to incorporate that into the assessments. But we did see that there was variability, and incorporating that would be potentially beneficial, though maybe a challenge as well. But something for research and data needs, there's only so much we can do at this juncture. Differences in lengths and expected lengths, as I spoke to before, that is taking the ages and converting them to length using growth curves. You can take a look and see what you would have expected to have been the lengths of the fish at a given age and compare those, as was done in request 3. And you can see to the right, those are the results for males and for females. And you can see that the observed were the actual lengths that were observed, the expected are the conversions of the ages to lengths. And when you do that, you expect larger fish than you actually observe. And so there is some, this might play into some of that tension that we're seeing between lengths and ages, because these are not exactly simpatico. The trends are similar. It's just the scale of the length is offset between the two. Apart from that, treating sexes as separate under option 2 versus combined under option 3 was pursued under request 8 per some feedback or input that we received under public comment from Dave Sampson, which he'll speak to more later. The former of those two, option 3, the former of those, option 2 was used, that is keeping them separate. The latter resulted in higher estimates of natural mortality for males, which is inconsistent with the whole HIDEM or the kilum aspect of our expectation that you would have a higher M for females, not for males, because we're not observing as many females in the fishery at older ages, larger sizes. That being the case, that result of having higher natural mortality for males doesn't really support the use of option 3. Option 3 was used in California. Option 2 is used in Oregon and Washington. So that's a point for further discussion potentially. And we did request criteria for that selection process. There really isn't a clear cut and dried set of criteria that would lead you one direction to the other. Both have been employed in previous assessments. Some additional analysis and research could inform criteria that could be included in the terms of reference that would be beneficial. So that's what this request led us to.
John, do you want me, sorry, do you want me to go a little bit more into detail with that, just because it's going to bleed over into the Oregon, and the Washington and Oregon and the California, they all show some very interesting and informative bits of understanding there to get at this issue. Is this the right time to do that?
Sure. I think it's as good as any now that it's been broached, but we'll just keep it somewhat succinct, and then there'll be probably further discussion under public comment when Dave Sampson provides what presentation he's provided for the panel or the Groundfish Subcommittee to review.
Yeah, and I won't be there for that. And so
Okay.
it's important that folks kind of understand this issue, because one, we did the sensitivities as we typically do to show that there really is little difference between these two. The fact that, yeah, you just don't get much of a difference. The big thing that the public comment gets at is that there is a skewed sex ratio where there's higher females to males in the latter years, right? That's the big issue. You don't see that in the Washington model. And so you have this situation where neither the Washington or Oregon model uses a sex equals 3 option, but in Washington, you get the sex ratios that you would expect to see in Oregon. Maybe you see something of a surprise. So obviously the sex equals 3 is not fixing that, because it doesn't change much in the models, nor are you getting a consistent pattern among assessments that use that option. What's going on, and it's very, very clear if you look at the sensitivities and you look at the plots, is that in Oregon, the reason you have these skewed sex ratios, which is troubling, and the reason the public comment keeps coming up and up over and over, is because you have dome-shaped selectivity. You have sex-specific growth. Females get bigger than males. And in Oregon, you have dome-shaped selectivity, which basically covers the whole size range of the males, but does not cover the size range of the females. And so when you are fishing in that manner, over time, you are going to accrue bigger individuals. And so it's not a surprise to see that the females could be a little bit more present than the males. The final thing to say, and I'll wrap this up because I really don't want to go into this too much. It's a lot of time on something that's been shown over and over again, not to be a big issue, is that if you look at the logistic selectivity assumption model that we provide in the sensitivities, which means in Oregon, we do, like in Washington, we assume every fishery is fishing in a logistic fashion. So you have an S-shaped curve instead of a domed one, which means you aren't protecting the females anymore. If you go and you look at those sex ratios, they match what you would expect. Much fewer females to males because of the sex-specific M difference, which is exactly what we expect. So everything checks out. It all makes sense. But this is the important thing. Just by default, going and using a sex equals 3, I don't think that is the right default thing. I think everyone should be checking this, because when you have dome-shaped selectivity and sex-specific growth, you are putting a constraint on the data saying you are able to tell the sex ratio. And if you're hiding a bunch of the females through the dome-shapedness, that sex ratio is probably hard to define, just like it's hard to estimate M when you have significant dome shapedness in the major fisheries. And these are the major fisheries in Oregon. So succinctly put, Oregon and Washington have very different selectivities. You don't see this skewed sex ratio issue that you see in Oregon in Washington. And that's because Washington has all logistic. Oregon does not. If you look at the Oregon model with logistic, all of those problems go away. And if you just look at the sex equals 3 versus the sex equals 1 and 2 sensitivities, you don't see much of an issue. The other thing in Oregon is that if you do estimate M using sex equals 3 as an option, it makes the females and male M's very similar. And again, that makes total sense, right? Because it has to reconcile this difference. And so that doesn't make any sense either for this species. So absolutely every line of evidence points to the fact that while this is a very interesting thing, and this is now highlighted a bit more in the assessment as a research recommendation, I don't think sex equals 3 is the default. Absolutely, that is always what you should do. I don't think that's appropriate. I think you need to think through it a little bit more. If you have significant dome-shaped selectivity, you very much need to think through whether the data is able to tell you anything about sex ratio, because you are saying it does tell you about sex ratio. You're putting a constraint on the data. So that is all I got on this topic. I don't think I need to say any more for this assessment or the next one. Thanks.
Thanks for the input and details. The rapporteur was able to capture some of that, and we'll be able to discuss it further this afternoon. But thank you for the perspective. All right. For the reference model, efficiency and convergence, Markov chain Monte Carlo methods were used to explore parameters, the non-dynamic estimated parameters. The Hessian was able to be inverted, which is a good sign of convergence. There's a low maximum gradient, indicates that you found a global minimum. There's sensible parameter values, and the jitters used establish and confirm the reference model. That is, it's even if you change the starting place of the parameter values multiple times, you still end up in the same place. As far as the parameter space for the optimized model. So we are seeing convergence, and that's encouraging. And all of this leads us to believe that we've identified the appropriate space. And this is a reasonable model from that perspective. Technical merits. Black Rockfish tagging program conducted from 1981 to 2022, and the Nearshore survey from 2018 to 2022 provide length data and an index of abundance, which is useful. The Rod and Reel survey provides data from 125 fixed stations statewide. That statewide representation is important. Substantial age and length data from the commercial and recreational fishery with associated sex data. It's very useful and informative. Efforts were made to quantify the black rockfish caught in the trawl survey off of southern Washington by vessels fishing out of Astoria, Oregon. So that's been better accounted for. Functional maturity was estimated to account for abortive maturation, skip spawning, follicular atresia, as opposed to biological maturity only considering physiological development. And the assessment is very thorough and carefully done with a full set of sensitivity runs and model diagnostics. Technical deficiencies. The assessment lacks a long-term statewide fishery independent survey. The statewide nearshore survey will become more valuable as the time series is extended. Efforts were made to identify ecosystem considerations such as trophic relationships and environmental drivers of recruitment, but there was no direct effort to identify and account for them in the context of the model. As we discussed previously relative to California, the TOR doesn't set forth that that's a prerequisite or a requirement, but we are getting more assessments that are, or attempting to derive such things for more assessments, and this is a pretty data-rich nearshore stock for which that might be a possibility. So not to say that that's a real issue per se, but it's another area for future research. Functional maturity, only in the last decade during a period of extreme variability, and further examination of conditions affecting variation observed in sensitivity analyses may be beneficial. Okay. As far as depletion and stock status, on the left, you can see the time series for the relative spawning output. And this would indicate that the stock is in the healthy zone there, with this fraction unfished in 2023 of 45%. The decision table was based on primary axis of uncertainty, for which a search was conducted across fixed values of natural log of initial recruitment to attain the current year spawning output values for the high and low states of nature given by a base model mean plus or minus 1.15 standard deviations, which is equivalent to the 12.5th and 87.5th percentiles. You can see that reflected in the spawning output and fraction of unfished over time in the figures below. And in this, the full attainment was assumed. And on the right is the decision table that results. You have the low reference model and high log of initial recruitment. And then on the left side, you have different catch alternatives. Usually our reference model would be reflected by the middle option of those two, the reference model in the columns, and then the middle row. In this instance, Jason, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that the P star of 0.45, the sigma of 0.5, that results in a higher catch than the P star of 0.4. Are those two intended to be reversed in their order there, given that? Or is there a reason for the P star of 0.4 being in the middle?
That would be something I would have to double check. I understand what you're saying. Well, wait. So you're saying the catch streams there for the rows. You're saying that the P star 0.45, 0.05 is that has a smaller buffer than the P star 0.4, 0.05. So the catch is, that seems right. Is it,
Yeah, my thoughts were just the P star of 0.45 results in a higher catch stream over time. And if these are progressively higher as you go down, that would be my expectation, unless the P star of 0.4 was somehow preferred in the middle option.
Oh, okay. So are you talking, and sorry, like I could be just slow in hearing you. So I definitely want to address what you're saying. Are you saying that I might have transposed these two catch streams, or are you saying, or you're asking more of an interpretation of, given the catch stream behavior, a choice between the two? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the order of those two might be flipped in terms of the middle row being the 0.45
for presentation purposes
versus the 0.4 in terms of presentation purposes. Yeah. I just don't want people to look at this and then think that the middle row is the middle catch scenario.
Yeah, no, and so however y'all want these things to look at, we can put the rows in any order people want them, so that is no problem.
Sure.
But I think it's very important, just in general, though, that there is an understanding that the columns are set up in a high, medium, and low. The rows are. It is not my experience that the rows are set up in any particular order, like a preferred, less preferred, or whatever. This is more just however you want to present them. And in this case, I was showing a descending P star and then a constant catch. So that's why I chose to show it that way. But again, If that does cause confusion, if GMT or any other folks would like to see things arranged in a different way, no problem.
Sure, and we'll let them express their preference. But just to say, usually my experience is that the middle option is more reflective of the kind of status quo or expected likely outcome, or at least they're put in order of catch. But in any event, we'll let the GMT advisors reflect on their preferences in terms of presentation to the council. But I just wanted to point out that the catch does not increase as you go down.
That's right.
Per se. So just be mindful of that. I personally would consider this P-star 0.45 to be kind of status quo representative.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would look at this right here as being kind of the alternative that is more reflective of status quo. But in any event,
happy to do this anyway folks want.
But these are the options that are in front of people in terms of the catch scenarios, given the P stars or a constant catch scenario, and the low and high states of nature, in order to grapple with the repercussions or implications of the perceptions of the states of nature reflected in the low versus high, and these catch scenarios play out in terms of the fraction of overfished, a fraction of unfished, over time with the projections. So, but under these circumstances here, even with the high catch scenario, you're still staying, you're in the precautionary zone, et cetera. You're not necessarily driving the stock into the ground, even in the low state of nature with the higher catch scenario. So it's, as far as risk is concerned, there's nothing terrifying that's there, but in any event, the druthers of the council in terms of their preferred options, they can take a look at this relative to the reference model, the middle column, and their preferred P-star and or constant catch scenario. Okay. So research and data needs. The panel supports the recommendations provided in the pre-star draft assessment we produced below, which is to continue to develop the nearshore fishery independent survey, as the other available surveys provide weak information for the trend in the population. Improve understanding of broader ecosystem considerations within the context of black rockfish management. Evaluate and develop linkages between black rockfish population dynamics and environmental, oceanographic, and climate variables. In particular, develop multi-scale models that can evaluate spatial patterns and climate impacts for the vulnerable nearshore species. Utilize the growing body of ecosystem information available in the California Current Large Marine Ecosystem, as exemplified in the Pacific Fishery Management Council Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Report. Number 4, continue work on investigation into the movement, behavior, or mortality of older, that is greater than 10 years old, females, to further reconcile their absence in the fisheries data. In particular, conduct genetic studies on fish observed off of the continental shelf, the middle of the gyre, and at sea mounts, to determine their association with nearshore stocks. And that's a fairly low frequency occurrence. The degree of relative benefit from that, it would be interesting to see where they're coming from. But I don't know that it's absolutely critical. Continue to rebuild evidence for appropriate natural mortality values for females and males. This will help resolve the extent to which dome-shaped age-based selectivity may be occurring for each. And design and conduct research studies to better understand the trade-offs revealed in this assessment between black rockfish biology and population scale that seem to be at odds. If discrepancies cannot be uncovered, evaluate management procedures that are robust as can be to this trade-off. And lastly, conduct early life history studies that provide a better understanding of the ecology and habitats of black rockfish from settlement to age 1. The STAR panel supports the following additional recommendations for future research and data collection. Simulation studies, meta-analyses across species, and other research to examine the circumstances in which options for treatment of sex data for composition data are preferable under option 1 or 2, treating them as separate, or option 3, treating them as combined. Such studies should aim to provide criteria for their application to inform the guidance in the Pacific Fishery Management Council's groundfish terms of reference and accepted practices documents. 2, further evaluation of the temporal and spatial variability in biological and functional maturity may facilitate accounting for uncertainty or help account for trends and identify drivers. The data informing the functional maturity OGAT were collected during a period of extreme variability in ocean conditions, and further examination of the drivers of the variability observed may prove beneficial. Compare trends in abundance and patterns in recruitment across species to examine commonalities, differences in their causes may help inform accounting for environmental determinants, and account for variance in catch history to help reflect the full degree of uncertainty in assessment, and re-examine methods to generate estimates of abundance from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Tagging Program using approaches used for similar data sets from analogous studies in Oregon, where there's also tagging. Okay, and then just some bonus content comparing the 2023 versus 2015 models. You can see relative to the 2015 assessment, there are some major changes, which are commercial catch history changes and some new surveys. The scale, the spawning output differs between the two, with a lower scale in the 2023 model, in part as a result of the reduced contribution from the Astoria fleet fishing in Washington. And the fraction of unfished between the two is slightly different. The period of decline seems to be a little later in 2023, and declines to a greater extent than the 2015 model. But they end up in a similar place. If you project out that 2015 model, and maybe it would end up higher, hard to say, but in any event, they end up in a somewhat of a similar place. Panel recommendations. So as with the other assessments, you're able to estimate recruitment deviations, but we couldn't get a good handle on the stock recruitment relationship. That being the case, this would be a category 1B assessment. Sigma that corresponds to that category 1 is the default of 0.5. There are other methods of estimating sigma resulted in lower values. Therefore, the default is being recommended. The next assessment is recommended to be an update, given the lack of major uncertainties to be resolved in the full assessment. And the current model, including all available data sources, leaving not much more to be analyzed at this juncture. So for the time being, an update was the recommendation. And now I think the Groundfish Subcommittee can consider whether these recommendations are supported, and then also the best scientific information available recommendation.
Great, thanks for that, John. I think before we get to our recommendations, I just want to see if there's any questions or comments from the Groundfish Subcommittee. And I did want to note there is one public comment in the chat, just clarifying the changes in the Washington bag limit.
Okay. Do you mind reading that chat? I don't have access.
Yes, not a problem. It's from Lisa Hillier. Changes to recreational bag limits for Washington were incorrect on slide 89. They were 15 fish until 1991, where they were reduced to 12, except for MA1, which remained at 15. In 1995, they were reduced to 10 for all areas, and then all areas were reduced to 7 fish in 2017.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
So if anyone has any questions, comments, feel free to raise your hand. If not, we'll move over to our questions that folks might have. One question I had was on that last slide, John, on the difference between the 2015 and this year's models. On the middle slide there, where your management target and middle or minimum stock size threshold. Did you guys have much discussion around what may have been the cause of that? Just because it's kind of going from an overfish status to in the 2015 model, it was above the management target, whereas in 2023, the previous stock assessment would have come through as kind of below the minimum threshold. So I wasn't sure there's much discussion around that or if that was a concern.
We really didn't have much discussion of that difference between the two assessments, or really having dropped below the minimum stock size threshold under the perception from the 2023 model. I might let Jason reflect on that for a moment as to what the potential difference might be there in terms of the degree of decline observed.
Yeah. So noting the scale change from the historical catch that we point out, right? So you're dropping the scale of the population from the onset. But remember, around 1980 is when that recreational data is really kicking in. And if you remember that the time series of catches in the recreational fishery really is not different between the last assessment and this one. And so if you've dropped this much and you're taking the same out post 1980, you're just going to drop a lot more. And so you can measure almost with your fingers that drop down. So that initial scale slides it down, and then you're taking out the same amount of fish. You're just going to drop lower. The other thing about this, the two other important things to point out is the different treatment of the index in 2015 really held that model up and made it kind of bounce around post 2000 kind of above the target. Whereas this one, we realized we needed a new treatment because of bag limits, and we separated out the charter and the private boat. And the charter really basically became a non-informative index. So it was really a private boat one. And that one really struggled in the early years to pick up abundance, but it was fit decently in the latter years. And so there's that difference. You don't have this kind of buoying up of the assessment as you did with that combined index in 2015. And then lastly, in 2015, again, we wouldn't really know what the recruitment was in basically the early 2010s. And in this, according to this model, with a bunch more length and age data, there's a big recruitment coming in. But the signal for the population, the ultimate signal of the current biomass or the current relative stock size is somewhere just around 40% or so, kind of like the last assessment. So in order for it to reconcile the fact that there seems to be recruitment pulses coming in the mid 2010s, which is something we see in other rockfish, the fact that you dropped the scale down, so you had to drop the population down a fair bit, and the fact that the data kind of hold up to think that the population is in a relative status of around currently, 40-ish%. This is why you get these dynamics. Those are the three big reasons, but the scale issue is really probably the biggest one relating to what you were asking. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that, Jason. Any other questions? Otherwise, we can move on to do we feel this constitutes best scientific information available? I guess If everyone's shy this afternoon, you can just use the reactions for thumbs up or yes. Seeing a couple thumbs. All right, looks like we have agreement on BSIA. And then we, for the category, is the panel recommended category 1B with a sigma default of 0.5. Is that agreeable for everyone? Or does anyone have other recommendations they would prefer?
I would agree with the panel recommendation on all of these.
Great, thanks, John.
Same, me too.
Thanks, Kristen. All right, and another thumb from Jason. So, all right, looks like we're good there. And for the next assessment, the recommendation was, do we want to go with how it was phrased here, just doing an update, given the lack of major uncertainties being resolved, or do we want to phrase it like we were discussing yesterday of, if the major uncertainties are resolved then we would recommend a full, I think just in terms of phrasing, or do we just want to stick with the phrasing that was given here?
I like this phrasing personally.
Okay.
I think that like saying it's an update unless something else.
All right, sounds good. Not seeing any other dissent or things.
I would agree.
Any other questions? Okay, great, thanks, John. Any other questions here or things you have worry for John or Jason? Schaffler? Or do you have everything you need, Jason?
It's actually John, and I'm pretty good. Yes, I'm covered.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the old agenda.
Yeah,
I thought it was
switched
Jason
everything
for.
up, sorry.
There's a gaggle of Johns and Jasons.
Yeah, that's
that
the other
too.
problem.
Yes.
Too many of us.
All right, perfect. All right, if you're happy, John, then I'll pass things back over to John Budrick, and we can carry on.
Tommy, this is Teresa.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Just one little thing. So John Budrick, if you plan to use your presentation again, besides the back limit, needs to be corrected. Your I think slide 87 on our sample count. That is, you grab an old table from an older version of presentation for the SAR panel, but at the SAR panel we revised the table but forgot to update the file in the Google folder. So you grab the older version of the table, but the final document is correct. Just want to point that out.
That explains it. Okay.
Great. Thanks for that, Teresa.
Okay, and I'm going to stop sharing momentarily just to have a changing of the guard here for the next assessment. And take a look. We have a break scheduled for 3:15. We've got some time before then. I figure we can go ahead and just launch into the Black Rockfish assessment in Oregon. And then once it becomes 3:15, we'll just, wherever we are, we'll put things down and take a break. Does that sound reasonable, folks?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool. All right. So onward to the review of Black Rockfish in Oregon assessment. And this is the lead. It's going to be Cheryl Barnes, and Kristen Marshall will be the rapporteur. I'll be walking us through the assessment, and of course, Jason will be here for the feedback from the stat. If there are questions or if he cares to further elaborate on the slides, more than welcome. And from there, let me get us back to where we were.
Great. Okay, John, you did most of the intro. So Materials on the council website include a post-star stock assessment and then the star panel review, which is with California and Washington, but Oregon specific information starts on page 28 if you're looking for that. And we'll follow with a Q&A and Groundfish Subcommittee discussion as we have for the rest of the day. So, John, take it away.
All right. So, the Oregon Black Rockfish Assessment was conducted by Jason Cope at Northwest Fisheries Science Center as the lead, along with Allison Whitman of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Aaron Berger, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and Leif Rasmussen of ODFW. Here's a summary of the previous assessments. South of Cape Falcon, there was an assessment conducted by Ralston and Dick in 2003. Developed a statistical catch-at-age model using stock synthesis. And Sampson, in 2007, used a similar model configuration and approach. These included the hook and line, trawl, and recreational data. Those are the fleets. The recreational catch per unit effort index and fish per trip was combined from the Marine Recreational Fisheries Statistical Survey, the Oregon Recreational Boat Survey, and the California Recreational Fisheries Survey for PC, Party Charter. And 2007 used the tagging data and juvenile pre-recruit index as well. There were differing landings, and neither accounted for discards. Being that things were split at Cape Falcon, there was also a north of Cape Falcon assessment conducted in 1994 and 99 and 2007. The 1994 assessment used stock synthesis, tagging, catch per unit effort, and recreational bottom fish effort. And 1999 assessment used 80 model builder and used expected catch at age and tagging data. In 2007 assessment used stock synthesis 2 and incorporated the tagging, release trips, and abundance estimates as relative abundance. The 2015 assessment was based in state boundaries. It was conducted in stock synthesis 3. There were 3 commercial and 2 recreational fleets and 5 surveys. Francis weighting was used, biological data. Recruitment Ds were not estimated, and natural mortality is constant for males and a step function at 10 years for females, with domed recreational boat selectivity. And the resulting depletion was 60.4%. Major changes from the 2015 model. In this, we fixed Q to for a new AV survey, and this is under the pre panel version. So we can revisit that Q question as we go on. The estimate of recruitment has changed. We actually have an estimate of recruitment Ds versus the previous assessment, which was unable to estimate recruitment Ds. We have constant M for females versus having the step. There's length-based selectivity only. There's dome-shaped selectivity for the ocean boat. And there have been some revisions to catch history. Just a summary of the data sources that are available. We have the trawl fleet providing catches, as well as the non-trawl with discards, and the ocean and shore-based recreational fishery data provide catches. Abundance indices are available from the non-trawl survey. I believe it's the logbook. The ocean recreational data provides an index, the MPA data as well, and The acoustic visual survey provides really more of an absolute estimate of abundance. And there's only one year of that available, but it is a focal aspect of this assessment, which we'll discuss further. There's also tagging data for a limited period and indices from the Marine Recreational Fishery Statistical Survey, which is a recreational survey, preceded the orbs sampling. Link compositions were available from the trawl, non-trawl, ocean, and shore recreational fisheries, as well as the MPA data. And conditional age at length composition data. This age data was available from the trawl, non-trawl, and recreational ocean data sources. Okay, the recreational ocean boat shore landings and discards. As far as the ocean boat survey, it's a historic survey from 1979 to 2000. Landings were for the ODFW recreational reconstruction from Whitman into 2023. Numbers of fish from the ODFW ocean salmon sampling program were utilized, as well as MRF's biological data to estimate biomass. And the results were similar to previous assessment. Ramp was used for landings from 1973 to 1978 relative to the 1979 value. Modern landings from RecFin are available from 2001 to 2022, and discards are included in the modern era landings as estimated by RecFin. So regarding the shore and estuary fishery sampling, the MRF's landings are available from 1980 to 1989 and 1993 to 2003. SEBS landings from 2003 to 2005 and 10-year average from 2006 to 2022. It assumed a low level of shore and estuary effort historically. A ramp was used for 1892 to 1979, and discards are estimated from ocean boat discard rates from RecFin, 0.92%, and applied during 2001 to 2022. Regarding the historical commercial trawl landings and discards from 1892 to 1986, for the 2015 assessment, there was a combination of recent ODFW commercial catch reconstruction from Karnowski 2014 and reconstructed trawl landings. And they're allocated the majority of the 3A trawl to landings in Washington. Reconstructed trawl landings for statewide rockfish landings from multiple sources, fine spatial scales. They used ODFW species compositions to speciate black rockfish and allocate north and south of the Oregon-Washington border. The current assessment uses the same approach, allocated unspecified rockfish to Washington, and used the same species compositions in Oregon as in 2015. And the landings are identical to the 2015 assessment. From 1892 to 1939, ODFW commercial catch reconstruction was used from Karnowski et al. 2014. And from 1940 to 1986, reconstructed landings from the 2015 assessment were used directly. Regarding commercial trawl landings and discards from 1987 to 2022, the landings were obtained from PACFIN from 1987 to 2022. The ODFW, URCK, and POP reconstruction from 1987 to 1999 was used to break apart those respective groupings into speciation to obtained black rockfish portion of that. Trawl-specific discard rates were developed using West Coast Groundfish Observer data from 2002 to 2021, resulted in a 4.1% discard rate, though it's highly variable. That's the average. Was applied to trawl landings to obtain total removals. Commercial non-trawl landings and discards. 1892 to 1986, ODFW commercial catch reconstruction was the source of non-trawl landings. That's from Karnowski et al. 2014. From 1987 to 2022, data from PACFIN was obtained, plus ODFW URCK and POP reconstruction for 1987 to 1999. Non-trawl specific discard rate from WICGOP for 2002 to 2021 was 0.9% on average. It was applied to the non-trawl landings to get total removals. And here are the removals for all sectors: the commercial trawl, commercial non-trawl, recreational ocean boat, and recreational shore. You see that the shore makes up a low proportion over time. The trawl really hasn't encountered that many in the current day. And the majority of the catch is coming from the non-trawl and the recreational ocean boat fisheries. There was a decent contribution from the trawl fishery early on, but that's dissipated in a later time. Age compositions. The ages were available for a subset of the length samples, and they're available from PACFIN and RecFin. The majority are from the recreational fishery, and they're aged by ODFW staff, with 41,000 age samples from 1999 to 2022. There are multiple readers over the years, and this was addressed using multiple aging error matrices. And you can see on the right the relationships between readers, and all in all, pretty close to the one-to-one line. Not too egregious, but error was addressed using the error matrices. Age composition sample sizes, I think it's an important point relative to kind of how things were dealt with in the end with a few of our requests from the panel. Age composition data was relied upon pretty heavily in the end, having removed the length data. So we'll discuss that further. But part of the reason why that was possible was just the amount of age composition data that is available in each of these sectors over time. And on the left, you can see the commercial ages by year, fleet, and sex. And the sample sizes there for sexed individuals are pretty substantial. And for the trawl, the sample size is a little more paltry, but as we discussed, the catch hasn't been very high either. But the non-trawl fishery is pretty well sampled and provides a lot of ages. And then an even greater amount of data is available from the ocean boat fleet. There are no ages for the recreational shore fleet, but plenty from the boat fleet that are sexed individuals. So we have good sample sizes there. Age and growth was sex specific. Oregon and Washington are presented here, Oregon on the left. And for males and for females, there's it gives you an indication they're not overlapped, but the females attain a greater L infinity, 48 centimeters, 48.8 versus 44.8. Okay. And black rockfish natural mortality, longevity is not well known. Part of that is just that, before fishing had started, there were likely some very, very, very old individuals around, and our best representation of maximum age is partly, reflective of a stock that's been fished down. Females do quickly disappear after age 20 in Oregon, and the prior for M that we derived, or the value for M that's derived from the relationship to longevity, 0.17 for females and 0.152 for males. And you can see on the right here, this is a bit of an indication of the relative natural mortality between males and females and for Washington and Oregon. Indices of abundance. Fishery-dependent indices of abundance are available from the Nearshore Logbook for commercial hook and line gear from 2004 to 2022. And that's fish per hook is the measure of catch per unit effort. And filters were applied for missing values and less than 3 years of logbooks, as well as, and this was, this index was derived using SDM TMB, an approved method for producing indices, subject to methodology review in the last biennium. MERS charter data provides an index, was used in the previous assessment, 1980 to 1989 and 1993 to 2000. There's data available. There's a brief hiatus and the sampling that took place between 1989 and 1993. And a delta GLIM was used to derive that index. The Oregon Recreational Boat Survey was used to provide an index from 2001 to 2022, from onboard sampling with fish per hour adjusted for travel time, and filters for bottom fish trips, closures, and bag limits were used. And the index was produced in SDM TMB. Fishery independent survey was available for the Marine Reserves Hook and Line Survey in 2013 to 2022, minus 2020 and 21, not available. And those were produced on the fish per cell day, being that there are specific cells that those surveys take place in. And so that's the definition of a cell day is that having fished on a given day in that cell, how many fish did you catch? And this was produced in SDM TMB. And on the right, you can see, the acoustic visual survey doesn't yet have a time series. There's a single estimate, so it's regarded a little bit differently, but it is reflected here as a single dot on the right in this figure, the standardized index over time. And you can see the non-trawl survey there in kind of a purple color, the ocean recreational survey in kind of aqua, an MPA survey in yellowish green, and tag survey in orange, and then the MRFs is in red, but I'm not seeing much of it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the earlier time series to the left. The tag is kind of the orange to the right in that figure. There, in the composite of all of these, there's some indication of trends from 1980 to 2020. There's some consistency with the tag data in the ocean recreational index. Seem to track fairly well for the period of time that there's overlap. But in the most recent term for the non-trawl index and for the ocean boat survey, there's not a great deal of consistency in the trends, except they're both seem to be somewhat upward, though their scale is a little different. Some consistency, some of it's gestalt, you have to squint, but in any event, these are the indices of abundance that are available. And the pit tagging project that has been conducted around Newport, as you can see on the right, these are the locations of those tagging events. And this is just an indication of the number of tags that were deployed over time. And these also provided estimates of abundance, although the queue associated with that tagging in the expansion is somewhat uncertain given the lack of representation elsewhere. So there's some uncertainty implicit in that, but this can be used to provide estimates of abundance. And the acoustic visual survey is the newest development, which there's one pass of the coast so far for 2021. The survey was reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee as an off-year methodology review, and it was adopted for use. There were some caveats and considerations surrounding some uncertainties with having had calibrations that are in situ, that is in waters off of our coast, to calibrate the equipment, as well as the target strength relationships for the acoustic aspect of the survey. But that said, there were efforts made to evaluate the uncertainties associated with those. This utilizes the best available habitat data. The transects were laid down every 15 kilometers regardless, and at every 1 kilometer if rocky reef was identified. And next, that acoustic visual survey incorporates a visual aspect as well, observing fish both with a forward and a downward looking bass cam, which is a drop camera system. And you can see the depiction of the device on the left, allowing observation of fish above the seafloor as on the seafloor through the downward view. See a forward camera view on the right and a down camera view. So the intent was to obtain estimates of biomass for different zones, both rockfish schools, the background zone kind of down near the seafloor, and then for single rockfish targets. And these were combined to provide estimates of biomass for the north, central, and south regions and statewide. And the north region is the region that also has pit tagging for comparison. But these absolute abundance estimates, part of the concern or issue that we had in this assessment was trying to weigh the data from various other sources versus one very comprehensive survey conducted one time. This is kind of an area that may be ripe for further examination as to how you properly weight these things, but we'll discuss that further. Model description, the structure and data. We have 4 fleets, 6 surveys. Main likelihood components are surveys, length compositions, conditional age at length data, and marginal ages, which are included but were not fit in the pre-assessment version. We'll get to where that changed. Data weighting for biological data was done with the Francis weighting method. And for the surveys, additional variance was included. Regarding parameter specifications, parameters are sex specific, and estimates were made for the L length at maximum age, the von Bertalanffy K parameter, and recruitment and selectivity. The fixed parameters were natural mortality, length at age min or minimum, the CVs at length, and maturity, fecundity, and length weight, as well as in the pre-star version, AVQ is also fixed. That changed during the course of the panel review. All right, model evaluation. We have sensitivities, requests from the panel, not the stat, convergence tests, and technical merits and deficiencies to consider. Model building sensitivities presented here. This is for the pre-star model. You can see this kind of increasing trend that was reflected in that model. Things changed a fair bit. There was a different pattern observed for a number of these other iterations, including different data sources. The AV survey had some influence here for sure, as it was in the pre-star version. So likelihood profiles for the acoustic visual survey catchability, or Q. Here we have natural log of Q for the base acoustic visual survey, and the change in likelihood. These were all used to get some indication of what a reasonable value might be, but looking at the data itself and the data sources, it's a little bit more interesting.
Hey, John, sorry to interrupt. I just
yeah.
know you can't see hands, but Jason has his hand up.
Jason, put it up.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, just the previous slide where you're showing the model building with the different different data types. Yeah, just one clarification. There's a more intense one. It has a lot more runs in the assessment document. The ones that you're showing here are runs that don't estimate recruitment. When you do estimate recruitment, you see that the ages actually explain or support an increase, whereas the lengths keep pushing everything down, and that becomes an important consideration later in the final model. So I just wanted to point that out. If folks want, they can look at the most recent version of the assessment and look at a more detailed, probably has twice as many runs that include recruitment deviations, and you see how the ages and the lengths have a very different signal for the population trend. Thanks.
Yeah, and we'll get into a little bit of the tension there in the model under the requests from the panel. So we'll circle back to that. Okay. So the Q value for the acoustic visual survey, a Q of 1 is kind of more of what would be anticipated for these types of surveys, although, as I said before, there's some uncertainties relative to the calibration and the target strength that's being used. But some of the data that's here, for the length data and the priors, and they would suggest a higher Q. And that's, across data sources, that seems to be the predominant case. There's not much coming from the trawl in the upper right, not much information there, or from MPA data, but for the non-trawl and the ocean recreational and shore-based, there's definitely, it looks like a higher Q is warranted, but it kind of maxes out at about 1.5 or so. age composition data, the trawl is looking for a higher Q value and perhaps a little lower for the non-trawl and the ocean data, recreational ocean survey data. The survey likelihoods are fairly low and not that informative, but there's some indication on the right there, at least from the non-trawl and from the ocean recreational surveys, there would be a higher kind of Q. But everything's looking 1 to 1.5 from the likelihoods, but when Q is freely estimated by the model, when you include the length data and the age data, you end up getting values like 4, which were, it's hard to imagine what circumstances would result in such a high Q. So we ended up pursuing some requests to dig into that, especially given that the data sources here are indicating a lower value. But go ahead and take a look at some of the other profiles here for other variables, and we'll circle back to that under the requests.
John, and real quick, before you move on to this, I just, Jason in the chat wanted to clarify that the Q values are in the natural log, so you would expect a value of 0 or lower, just to your previous point.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so when we're out here at 1.5, and so it's kind of difficult to look at this relative to the Q values that are estimated because it is in the log scale. But okay, thanks for that. The 0 would be equivalent of a catchability of 1. So it is actually pushing for quite a bit higher values across here. Is this in a scale of, not in the log scale, might have been easier to reconcile, but in any event, so it seems like it's actually pushing for higher values than what would be 1 in a non-log scale. Okay. So for steepness, here we've got the steepness for Oregon, as with the other assessment areas, was 0.72, which is our proxy from meta-analysis across a number of different rockfish species. Steepness can be very difficult to estimate, and as such, we use that proxy. When you look at the likelihood components from the change in log likelihood for these various components, you have length data, recruitment data, and age data. Pretty much everything except for index data is pushing for a higher kind of steepness relative to the 0.72, but it's starting to, things are starting to hit a limit there before you get into values in excess of 0.72. So 0.72 seems to be fairly well supported. And looking at the link composition likelihoods, it's also supporting a higher steepness value. Same with the age composition, and survey likelihoods are fairly flat, so there's not much information there. So there's some support for a value of 0.72 in the model. Likelihood profiles for natural mortality. With the various likelihood components, for reference, let's see. Jason, what was the value of M that was selected here? I'm seeing.
Yeah, it was 0.2. Yeah, it should be the blue dots.
Yeah,
the blue dots.
So that would be around.
Yeah, so point. This
right. So if you carry this down, 0.19.
0.19 and 0.17 for males.
Okay, so for females, just for the sake of comparison relative to these, all of these are pushing for higher values of M. They're somewhat consistent with that 0.19, it's kind of higher values. Length components, also the case for those that really have information. Age components, same deal. And the survey components as well, at least for the majority of them. Some of them are not so informative, but most everything seems to be leaning toward higher levels of natural mortality. And so that 0.19 seems to be a reasoned value. Relative to retrospectives here, I think you have a pretty large change with the early peels, likely because of the availability of that AV survey, the acoustic visual survey in the early time period. And then once you get past it, your perception changes markedly. So, Jason, anything further that you'd like us to garner from this?
Yeah. So just for context, this was the original reference model coming in that fixed the AV. Just want to make sure people understand that the final version, the retrospectives look very different, and they don't have this big departure. But this is a really nice thing to see, that once you drop that one data point, you have a completely different model.
And can you remind us again of the basis for the pre-star Q value?
Yeah. I don't think Leaf is here, but I'll try to represent what he and his team sat down and basically said, okay. Oh, Leaf, you are there. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm here if you want, Jason.
Go for it. Yeah, you guys came up with that through thinking through. So I'll let you tell them how you did it.
Yeah, what we did is we knew we had a 45% CV associated with the survey. And so what we did is we just bounded our uncertainty to that 45% and set the Q that would have calculated to give us that highest value. Because if we left the CV and the Q, it just would go to the bounds every time. So we decided to use the Q because it was easier to kind of understand in our heads. And so that's where that number came from.
Okay. But when the base model was left to estimate the AV survey Q, it really was looking for implausibly high values. Around 4. And so that was from the influence of the link composition data. So one of the panel requests, we got into panel requests that were examining downweighting of length data or upweighting of the AV survey to examine the degree of impact on the resulting stock biomass fraction of unfished, and see the degree to which more importantly, the AVQ is returning to a lower value that would be considered more reasoned or more within expectation, and a Q of 4 would imply that there's 4 times the fish. It's just not plausible. There's no reason you would expect a Q of 4. It's beyond the pale. So we examined downweighting the lengths in request 5 by having a lambda weight of 0.1 and 0.5. And it's reflected in the first of these requests in the figures provided. And the Q that resulted from these became more reasonable, closer to 3, more or less. The effect on the depletion, with a Q, let's see, when you estimate the Q, you get this blue line. It's very low here. That's just the straight estimate from the model, including the lengths. When you downweight the lengths, things become more optimistic to a point, and then you just don't get much of a change. Yeah, the other thing was upweighting the AV survey, which is in the second panel. You get a similar effect. But the problem with weighting, it's great for examination of the implications. And both of these resulted in AVQs that are closer to something that would be regarded as reasonable. But the issue is the arbitrary nature of selecting lambda weighting. It's kind of subjective. What's most appropriate is it's difficult to define. There's no real indication of a real decision point for that. So an alternative method of looking at things was, given the conflicts of the lengths versus ages, which were provided a more optimistic perspective and resulted in a more reasoned value of AVQ. When we ran the model with the lengths, fixed selectivity, and then turned off the lengths, and then use the marginal ages, then we end up with a model that provides an AVQ of 2.6, which is in a more reasonable range. We have as I mentioned previously, the sample sizes for ages is very high in Oregon. And so that being the case, there is information to inform composition, and you don't incur some of the error with the conditional age and length aspect of things, converting the lengths to ages, et cetera, et cetera. So we have such great sample sizes for ages, just using them directly was preferable. And we didn't have the subjective lambda weighting considerations to deal with. And the AVQ that resulted of 2.6 was more within reason. So that ended up being the preferred model. The panel and the stat had agreed that that would be a reasonable way to move forward and get past this unreasonable value of Q that resulted from the length data, while still utilizing ample composition data from the marginal ages. So that's what we decided to do. I think I'll stop here for a moment to see if there's discussion on this, just because this is a major kind of consideration for this model and its application. And Jason, was there anything else you wanted to add on the ruminations here regarding how best to address the effect, the lengths on the AVQ?
I mean, just to emphasize the fact that you can get to the same place doing a lot of different things, messing around, as you noted, data weighting, you can do it lots of different ways. When you take a data set out, right, you're data weighting. So we're basically showing many different ways to do the same thing. And I just want to emphasize that this ultimate model, the Q does equal 1, but we're relying on the CV to inform the fit, and it pulls it down. And so it's equivalent to a Q of something that's higher, but it's not. The Q is 1, but you're allowing the uncertainty to speak in the model, not the Q value going to what we thought was an unreasonably high level, which allows us to emphasize the fact that we really need to get another measure. We only have 1 point. The other thing that we ran into this model is when you have 1 point, the model doesn't know that it could be an extremely valuable point, right? If you have an abundance, 1 year of an absolute abundance, that's different than having 1 year of a relative abundance. But the model doesn't see it that way. It has no idea. It's just a number that goes in, which is why we were playing around with upweighting the AV survey, because we could say, well, that's more valuable than a 10-year relative abundance index, right? But by how much? And John, I think you put it very well. It's very arbitrary how much you would upweight that. So we tried all these different things to demonstrate that we could do it many different ways, and we tried to do a data-driven approach rather than an arbitrary data weighting setting approach for the ultimate model. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. And do we have a Groundfish Subcommittee questions on that? Okay, not hearing any. It is
So,
now
can I
past
jump in?
3:50.
I just raised my
sure.
hand, but before you move on to this,
Go
from
for
this,
it.
I just wanted to check. So it sounds like there's lots of different ways that this can be achieved to get to the same endpoint. I heard Jason say that, and what you said, John Budrick, is in alignment with that. I guess I'm wondering, depending on which way you get to the same endpoint of upweighting the AV survey or getting a more reasonable view or more reasonable value for Q, do those lead to different or model structures that lead to different trajectories, or is this just like accounting?
Yeah, it's
you know
6 and 1/2 dozen. It's if you downweight the lengths versus upweighting the AV survey, you can get the exact same answers depending on how much you do that. And so it's it's all kind of just different ways of doing the same thing.
But it doesn't
But I think
change
there's also
the implications of like the projections, for example, or the trajectory of the different alternative model configurations.
There is a difference in the trajectory observed here. This is fraction of unfished. So you're becoming more optimistic as you downweight the lengths or upweight the AV survey. But you get a similar effect when you remove the lengths and utilize your marginal ages. But I think another consideration, Jason, was the degradation of the fits when you start really weighing things heavily.
Well,
there was some degradation of fits to some of our indices, et cetera.
Yeah, to get Kristen to your questions, maybe is it going to affect something into the future, into forecasts, right? Is it going to affect the way that we would maybe look and interpret in a decision table? And I don't think so, because they kind of, if you downweight or upweight things and you basically get to the same point, you're going from the same jumping off point, and there isn't anything inherent in the data that would change stuff as far as recruitments and so forth, right? You're just, I would view these as different ways of doing the same thing, which is down or upweighting the same data sets. You can just do it in stock synthesis many different ways and get the same result, essentially. So it shouldn't matter in the forecast period how you do it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That was what I was trying to ask in a convoluted way. So I appreciate the extra explanation.
Good question.
Okay. So I think this is a good place to take a 15-minute break, just to ruminate on this a little bit, and also before we pick up and move on and finish things up. It's 3:22. Let's give 15 minutes. So let's go 3:40. All right. So if Marlene can post the placard there, we'll get a break and come on back. 3:40. Okay, it's 3:40. We can go ahead and resume. I'll share my screen. Okay, so we had just discussed the panel requests of importance, and chief among those, and primarily represented here, was just the dealing with the estimated acoustic visual survey catchability being higher than would be expected when estimated. We discussed ways to address that, and what was settled upon by the panel. One last chance for any comments on that or discussions before we move on, and then I'll move forward.
Don't see any hands or anything in the chat.
Okay, great. We'll just go ahead and move on then. Okay. Relative convergence, as with Washington, the Monte Carlo, Markov chain Monte Carlo methods were used to explore parameters, non-dynamic estimated parameters. Hessian was able to be inverted, low maximum gradient, sensible parameter values, and the jitter was used to establish and confirm the reference model. And so there's evidence that the models converged and found a likelihood space that's appropriate. Technical merits. There's a large quantity of length and age data available for the assessment. There's a considerable number of indices available to inform the assessment, including several based on long-term monitoring of the fishery. Several fishery independent surveys available, including a recent acoustic visual survey that, at least in theory, provides an absolute measure of abundance. The assessment incorporated estimates of functional maturity that took into account skip spawning, which was considered an improvement over the estimates for physiological maturity that are reflected in your typical biological maturity. The assessment is very thorough and was carefully done, and a full set of sensitivity runs and model diagnostics were provided. Technical deficiencies. Only one acoustic visual survey estimate is available because the full survey has been conducted only once. Additional acoustic visual surveys are needed to address this deficiency. The reliability of the acoustic visual survey could be improved by in situ transducer calibration and use of species-specific target strength, black rockfish. It's currently based on proxies from other subasties, some of which are in other parts of the world. Information on functional maturity is only available in the last decade, which has been a period of extreme environmental variation in Oregon waters. So capturing a broader suite of environmental variability and accounting for that would be beneficial. It's unclear how representative these estimates are of the long-term average. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's part of the preceding bullet. While several long-term fishery-dependent indices are available, in general, they do not appear to be highly informative about the assessment. Depletion and stock status. Here we have the relative spawning output over time from the model that came out of the panel review. The stock is currently at 43% of unfished, which would place it in a healthy stock status. Regarding the decision tables, the high state of nature was given by a model that pinned the acoustic visual catchability Q to 1.8 by reducing the CV of the survey to a small value. That was the original base model that came into this panel review. The lower state of nature was given by a model in which the acoustic survey catchability is freely estimated, reflecting the issue of the effect of length data on the AVQ, sending it to 4, which was somewhat unreasonable, but it provides a bracketing alternative there for the states of nature, for the low state of nature. And so, as you can see on the right, this is the decision table itself. And as we discussed previously for Washington, there's some consideration as to whether this 0.45 would be better reflected in the middle, but as Jason noted, it's really a matter of preference and presentation, although going from a low to high catch scenario might be more useful for folks to take a look at. Here we have the states of nature across the top. As noted previously, there's some benefit from taking a look at your state of nature, the low state of nature, low productivity. What would your effect of harvesting at these rates do to the stock? And that gives you some indication of the degree of potential concern. In this case, we're looking at values that are in the precautionary zone potentially for the low state of nature. Nothing is going down below the minimum stock size threshold, although it does dip to 29% if you were to have a constant catch scenario. And the true state of nature was the low state of nature. But that said, in scenarios with the default P-star value and under the reference model, stocks currently at 43% and stays somewhat stable, dips a little bit, and then comes back up to 44% by 2034. That's all dependent on removals, et cetera, that take place over time. This assumes full attainment. That may not be the case, but catch-based projections can be undertaken in the future to update the catch streams and provide a more refreshed perspective given the recent removals. But for now, this is the decision table that was agreed upon by the panel. Research and data needs. The panel supports the recommendations provided in the pre-star draft assessment reproduced below. Number 1 is to continue work on the investigation into the movement and behavior or mortality of older, that is greater than 10-year-old females, to further reconcile their absence in fisheries data. Conduct population genetic studies on the fish observed off the continental shelf in the middle of the gyre and at seamounts to determine their association with the nearshore stocks. As noted, those are very infrequent occurrences that they're encountered out there, and there might be some interest in seeing where those are originating, but I don't expect that to result in earth-shattering results. Continue to build evidence for appropriate natural mortality values for females and males, and improve historical catch reconstructions, specifically the historical trawl fishery catches pre-1987 in particular require attention. A synoptic catch reconstruction is recommended where states work together to resolve cross-boundary state catch issues as well as standardize the approach to catch recommendations to the extent possible. Number 5, stock structure for black rockfish is a complicated topic that needs further analysis. How this is determined and what this means for management units needs to be further refined. This is a general issue for all nearshore stocks that likely have significant and small scale stock structure among and within states, but limited data collections to support small scale management. Continue acoustic visual surveys, continue acoustic visual fisheries independent coast-wide surveys to develop a time series, further refine the survey by addressing the recommendations of the SSC methodology review from 2022, and examine of using spatial modeling to reduce the uncertainty in the population estimates, the acoustic visual survey, reconcile contradictory signals in the black rockfish biology versus population scale. 8, better understand the ecology and habitats of black rockfish from settlement to age 4. Further development of surveys aimed specifically at settlement rates of nearshore rockfish, such as OSU standard monitoring units for recruitment of fishes, or SMRFs, collections that are not frequently encountered in offshore federal age 0 surveys is needed. Okay, research and data needs continued. The STAR panel supports the following additional recommendations for future research and data collection. Number 1, with respect to the stats recommendation number 6 above on the acoustic visual survey, the panel recommends that the survey team focus on improving the survey estimates by A, obtaining a target strength estimate for black rockfish, B, developing a method for in situ transducer calibration, C, improving the backscatter identification using visual and other methods as appropriate. Concentrating on the echo integration component of the survey seems warranted, given the methods are well developed and widely used, and it is regarded as reliable and robust acoustic survey technique. Number 2, develop additional capacities in stock synthesis to model marine reserves close to fishing and areas that are open to fishing. Explore trade-offs between the different options to fitting sex-specific composition data in stock synthesis and develop recommendations for acceptable practices. Using acoustic visual survey data to develop an informative prior for the pit tag survey was considered during the STAR panel meeting, but there was insufficient time to fully explore this approach. Future assessments should continue to develop and evaluate this approach, and continue to collect functional maturity information and evaluate the role of geography, environmental forcing, and density dependence on functional maturity estimates for black rockfish. And with that, we come to panel recommendations. The recommendation for the category, as justified previously for the other assessment areas. 1B, essentially this reflects that you're able to estimate recruitment deviations, but weren't able to derive a stock recruitment curve with sufficient degree of certainty. So that is a 1B category. Then there is a default sigma of 0.5 that is associated with that category. The estimates of sigma from other sources were lower, so we used the default. The next assessment, panel had recommended a full assessment to address inclusion of the AV survey, additional data that hopefully will be available from yet another pass or 2, 3 or 4, depending on when the next assessment is done. That having some latitude within the context of a full assessment would be beneficial to be able to have some latitude in how you address applications of the AV survey. And then the BSI recommendation is BSIA, Best Scientific Information Available, is a matter of the Groundfish Subcommittee's perspective on the assessment. And that's all I have. We can go ahead and take questions and then discuss the panel recommendations.
Any questions at this time? Either raise your hand or throw something in the chat. Oh, Kristen Marshall.
Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks, John, for that extra. You must be exhausted. That's what I'm trying to say after going through all those slides. So thank you for that. I see. So I'm looking at your slide deck, and I see that there's a couple of slides at the very end comparing among the assessments.
Yes.
I'm curious about that. And can we talk about that now, or would you rather wait till we just finish off the discussion on Oregon first?
You know, I mean, these were just some notes, really for, you know, comparisons between assessment areas and the parameter values that were derived for each of them. And it's just interesting to take a look at the female natural mortality. And, you know, we have a range of 0.17 to 0.21. It's somewhat in the same ballpark across assessment areas. The L infinity for females was higher to the south. It's interesting. Some variability in the von Bertalanffy K for females. And male M was a little more variable, I guess, between 0.5152 and L infinity for males. Again, somewhat consistent, but Central California had the potential for some larger fish, although it's not that well. I mean, the sample size isn't that great for the larger size fish, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I didn't mean to ask you to talk more. That wasn't my. I apologize for making
you had some specific considerations, but I was going to go through this in any event, so okay. I might as well finish while I'm here. But yeah, the von Bertalanffy K for males, there's some variability there. The natural log of initial recruitment bears out, you know, to some degree, the relative kind of abundance across space. Of course, we fix steepness, so nothing too interesting there. Same with sigma R, so this is the same values used. The derived parameters are of particular interest in comparing the biomass of unfished stock. Gives you some indication of the relative kind of biomass off of each state, an unfished condition. Fraction unfished, of course, is just comparing the degree of depletion across states. And then your OFL at the fishing mortality SPR, it's 50% for 2023. This gives you an indication of the kind of relative productivity of these stocks, as does the MSY at the SPR proxy. And just gives you a degree of an indication of the relative kind of biomass across space for these stocks. There's you have to, of course, keep in mind the relative amount of area that's encompassed by each of these assessment areas, and potentially that affecting the magnitudes there across space. But there does seem to be more of a northerly distribution. Central California has relatively lower biomass compared to kind of the center of the distribution as you start moving northward, and seems to be highest in Oregon. So good relative comparison there. And then another interesting comparison is that of recruitment and relative abundance trends across assessment areas. And you can see that there's some consistency in the recruitment deviations across assessment areas. You can see that there's in 2008, 2009 or so, there seems to be a big peak there, and almost a decade previous, around 2000, 2001. But recruitment seems to have been a little lower in recent years. So take that with a grain of salt. The fraction of unfished over time is fairly similar between states. You just see somewhat of a different timing of the primary decline in abundance, although it's still in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, dropping down to below the minimum stock size threshold for all but Oregon. But everything now seems to be around the management target in the current year. And so the stocks are either healthy or in the high end of the precautionary zone. So, but there's some consistency there in the patterns and trends that I think, and the parameter values from separate assessments that will lend some credence to the results of these assessments when you look across them. That's what I had. And you had some specific point here. Kristen, I think you had a specific question before I took us down that path.
Yeah,
all right.
No, that's great. One about about the comparison among the areas. I was just wondering how I saw that table in the STAR panel report. I'm wondering, just from the panel's perspective, or maybe from the stats, like how much of the differences in, say, the different estimates of M among the regions are sort of driven by real meaningful differences in the biology of those stocks in those areas versus what the model has to do to represent the catch histories, for example, or something else. I'm curious a little bit. Yeah, I think the difference between 0.17 and 0.21 and natural mortality, it's not huge, but it's also not zero. So I'm curious to hear a little bit more about that.
I think one thing to bear in mind there is just that the central was basically fixed to be what there was for Northern California. So it's not really a comparison. It's just a recitation of that use of that northern value for the central. In terms of biological conditions that might result in these differences, I'd like to get Jason's perspective if he's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know if EJ's on as well. I certainly don't want to speak for California. I mean, I think so California estimated M, if I remember correctly. Washington, Oregon, M was not estimable in a reasonable way. So that is a fixed difference between the males and females there, and kind of just reflects what we've thought over the last many years on what it could be, but it is a guess. And so we produce those profiles and other things to kind of explore. We know that this is a significant area of uncertainty. I think the thing that sticks out to me is the remarkable fact that the fish in, especially the females, a little bit the males, but especially the females in California versus Oregon and Washington are so much bigger. That's really interesting. I have no explanation for it. I think some of we've done spatial analyses on life history traits and other ground fishes, and we tend to see maybe things a little bit smaller in California, especially in Southern California, a little hotter water, right? Grow faster. L infinity is a little smaller, and then as you move up the coast, you get bigger and bigger. And then if you get to Alaska, right, with black rockfish, they're even bigger. But the fact that the California fish are so big and they're more like Alaska fish is very intriguing. And I have nothing else more to say than that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and EJ is here and has a hand up.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from EJ.
Go for it, EJ.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess one of the things I wanted to check is with the L infinity comparisons, I think we used different maximum ages. So I don't know if these are parameter estimates associated with L at A max or if they're actually L infinity. So in the California, the two in California, I calculated L infinity from the Schnudi parameters. So that
these are L infinities for Washington, Oregon. Yeah, they're L infinity. They are L infinity as well. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it is interesting, and I share Jason's, it'll be interesting to see why that is, I mean, but we had pretty good estimates of age, pretty good age estimates in the Northern California model in particular this time. And the estimates from the model here, from the internal estimates, were consistent with what we got with the external fits in terms of the Central California one was basically on the same, order. There weren't a lot of large fish in Central California to pin it down. In terms of M, I guess the only point I had to make is the gradient here is consistent with what we've seen in other species, where you tend to see the longest lived individuals in the more northern parts, typically, Alaska, something like that. But that might be part of the story there. But that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, EJ. Yeah, I think just to throw in my 2 cents relative to the L-infinity consideration, I'm just thinking to, aquacultural kind of experiments, water temperature and food availability kind of dictate growth potential to some degree. California, warmer water temperatures, but then there's the matter of, do you have enough fodder to sustain that potential growth rate, et cetera, with the warmer water temperature? The other thing was, that might result in a greater potential for growth. Are the fish sticking around, or are they heading north? And is there a biological reason for that that might be related to, reproduction and priorities shifting from growth to maturation and reproduction for these fish, and seeking some water temperatures that are a little slower, that slow their metabolism to some degree, or somehow allow them to allocate resources towards reproduction rather than having to keep up the demands for growth or just maintenance at a warmer water temperature. Just biological kind of connoitering. Nothing substantial there in terms of, references to back that up per se, but just given general trends for growth in aquacultural settings and the water temperatures as they are along the coast and potential for growth. These are some ponderings.
Something also to add, just as a reminder for folks, that all of these areas are seeing relatively large females. They're just not seeing old ones. And the fact in a place like Oregon, almost all the catch is 12-year-olds for both males and females. It's just really strongly in this one age area. But this idea that we're not seeing a lot of old females doesn't hold for the fact that we still see a lot of big females. And that's really interesting. And just to complete this with Oregon and Washington, the internal fits for L-infinity are a bit higher than the external fits. So if you go with the external fits, they're even smaller. So it's not like the model brought these down or something. They actually estimated them to be a little bit bigger, but nothing near California. So interesting stuff to consider for the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anything further? Kristen, you said you had 2 questions on this. Did you get both?
My other one was back on your other slide about moving back to the recommendations for this.
Okay.
So if anyone else wants to say anything first, though, I can let someone else go.
And was there any further discussion on the comparisons across assessments, et cetera? Not hearing anything.
Okay,
Back
then,
to you, Kristen.
Thanks. Then my question on this one was about the category, the sigma, and this uncertainty around Q. I'm wondering if the panel had any discussion around category anything other than 1, given the uncertainty with this new survey and what the Q value should be, or if it was pretty well accepted among the panel that this should be category 1 straight up.
Yeah, I don't think we pondered category 2, given the uncertainties in the AVQ, partly because of the direction of the bias, was toward a higher Q, is what we were seeing than what would be anticipated, notwithstanding the concerns about calibration and target strength concerns to be addressed. You end up having, a Q that's well above 1. When that translates essentially to, if you had a Q less than 1, you'd be expanding your expected biomass, increasing it, versus a Q greater than 1 where you're reducing it down. So it actually is kind of a conservative bias in a way, but is 2.6 higher than one would expect for this type of survey? I mean, just hearkening to what's done in the CPS surveys, acoustic survey, they're a lot of the time either they're fixing it at 1 or have data to support something in the neighborhood of 1. Different survey, different species. But just to say, reasons for a catchability that's greater than 1 still eludes me to some degree. But like I said, maybe it's partly the calibration and the target strength being proxied from other species. Although we did look at the uncertainty in surrounding target strength from the other proxies, so there was generally fairly consistent results for the target strength for the sebastes that were observed otherwise, and just wasn't a great deal of variance between them or effect on the outcome. But in any event, you never know, maybe the target strength would be different for black rockfish. But in any event, that is an uncertainty, and those are still boxes needed to be checked to validate the survey and improve the survey. So I can see there being some concern there, but it was just the direction of that kind of, I think, had left us feeling as though it's not like the catchability is like 0.3 or something, and you're going to be expanding threefold.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks for that reminder. I hadn't done that math in my head, but that is a good explanation for me, and I feel fine about going with category 1.
Okay, and we have a few hands. Jason Cope, then John Field, and maybe Leif Rasmussen.
Yeah, just quickly, Kristen, I think part of your, you bring up a good point about the uncertainty. There obviously is here in the treatment of that survey. And I think the reflection of that uncertainty is coming into the proposal for the next assessment, not being an update, but being a full to address potentially an additional data point from that survey and being able to go into that uncertainty. So for all the reasons that were stated, the current assessment, it felt like category 1B was right in a 0.5 sigma, but then reflecting the fact that we shouldn't constrain this to an update, it should be a full next time. Thanks.
Okay, John Field.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to follow up a little bit about the category designation as well, because I think like Chris and I'm kind of looking at this one, Jason kind of said there's a lot of ways to get to where we ended up, but there's a lot of ways to get just about anywhere on the map in this one. So I guess I have felt all along that this one was perhaps a little bit more uncertain than some of the others, which is not inconsistent with what we thought in the past, but perhaps I'm not hearing a lot of push for a category 2. I don't think I want to push that either, but I guess maybe just to reflect that we're thinking about it a little bit, I'm wondering if a category 1A designation might make a little bit more sense. The difference between an A and B is whether or not trend information is available from fishery independent surveys. And arguably, trend information is not available for a single survey point that scales absolute abundance. I believe most of the other indices are fishery dependent. I think there's one MPA monitoring index that perhaps is fishery independent. I don't think it's very informative. So, floating that out there as maybe a way to reflect that this isn't just kind of a cookie cutter, here's another 1B. We're thinking about it a little bit and to me, I can't help but think that once we get to the full SSC, we might hear a little more concern about just kind of assuming this one is perhaps quite as robust as we're suggesting it is with a 1B designation. So just kind of musing there, curious what others think.
I thought that 1A, one of the requirements was not being able to estimate recruitment No, that's from 1 to 2. That's from 1 to 2.
Yes, so the difference between
You're
1A
right.
and B
It
is
is
really just
index.
for 1A, fishery-dependent
Yep.
trend information is available, and for 1B, trend information is also available from surveys, presumably fishery-independent.
Yeah, I could go with 1A.
It's arguably not a terribly deep or meaningful distinction, but it's a distinction, and
No.
to me, it seems
It separates it from the others. The
I
others
think
are
they
all
do
1B.
kind of, the idea is that they get a little more as they go from 1A, B, and C. Like C is when you're estimating a spawn-recruit relationship, so that infers an even more robust model. So I think 1A kind of, to me, reflects like it's a category 1, but maybe a little more just barely, right? Which I think kind of makes sense here.
I think that's fair.
I'll just jump in and say I would agree with that, and I'll make sure that since I'm writing this part of our report, that we reflect that we had some discussion around this, and that it's not just a super clear decision.
And I think that's some good reasoned warning for the council relative to perhaps a P-star consideration if they do feel itchy about only having 1 year of this influential survey.
John, this is Leaf. Can I chime in real quick?
Sure.
I just wanted to point out that where we ended up, if you look at the length-based population estimate from the survey in 2021, the year we did the survey, we're much, much, much lower than what the survey estimated. We're well be outside of that 45% CV. So we are not putting a lot of faith in the survey. So yes, there was lots of discussion about uncertainty, but it's not really doing a lot in the way that it's being used. It was just kind of being more used as a red face test, and a lot of the power is being imparted through the manipulation of the links. So I just want to point out that we're already not putting a lot of faith in the survey.
All right. Are there other considerations? The full makes sense BSIA recommendation? Do we endorse this or recommend as best scientific information
You can
available?
do thumbs up again, or any emoji that strikes your fancy.
Well,
if you're in favor.
I'll even verbally go out of my way to say yes. I think we should endorse this assessment.
All right.
And if I can, just one more comment on this. I think it's really cool and rewarding to see the evolution of the AV survey. Just having seen it from the methodology review and then actually see it used in the assessment, even though there's uncertainty, I just want to continue to express support for that effort. I think it's great, and I hope that LEAF is getting support for continuing it.
I think there's one kind of I don't know if it ends up being a potential kind of research and data needs, or a potential for just a spin-off of this discussion that relates to methodology methodology review or workshops, we had kind of this bigger picture discussion of, how do you weight a survey that produces an absolute estimate of abundance versus, all of the other data sources that are here, especially length, where the sample sizes are so large, et cetera. It can end up really moving the model relative to the weighting. I think that's something that's pertinent to a number of different surveys that are out there. Swept area estimates for the trawl surveys, what we have for potentially from our ROV surveys, and now from an acoustic and visual survey. It's just it's kind of ubiquitous consideration, and I don't know if that's something that would subsume some of our thoughts that we've had in terms of having a workshop on, say ROV surveys. Maybe that would subsume that and make it more productive. Just a side thought. Don't want to belabor it.
For another side thought, along those lines in terms of methodology reviews, I just wanted to note that the ODFW Marine Reserves Hook and Line Survey was not reviewed alongside the CCFRP and Northwest Fisheries Science Center surveys. Didn't have that great of an effect here, but something else to consider along those lines.
Do you have anything further that we want to capture before we go ahead and move on to public comment? I think, Jason, how much longer are you here?
I have 8 minutes. And while I have this, if I could just really quickly, I want to thank Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife for working together. I mean, we might just assume everyone's just going to always work together and put time aside to get things done. But that Area 3A catch history reconstruction really took both agencies to work together, and I'm just really thankful for their willingness to do that. And it's a lot of hard decisions and trying to work through data in different places. And I just think it's such a good example of what we should be doing. So I just wanted to thank them in this forum for doing that.
Thank you to all members of the stats for Washington, Oregon, and California. This was an interesting review, and it is interesting to do these multiple assessment areas and cross comparisons, et cetera. Tried to do something like we did for copper last go around to kind of look across space. I think that's an interesting thing for us to do relative to these multi-area assessments, and hopefully that'll become more common practice so we get kind of a meta view. But appreciate everybody's efforts across all of these assessments, and the panel members and the GAP and GMT advisors as well, and council staff. All right, so I think we are back to the agenda. We have it is 4:23. We had set public comment for 5:15, but I gave Dave Sampson a heads up that we would be doing this earlier. I wanted to check and see if I think it's best to handle Dave's input while we still have Jason here. And Jason, you still have your hand up. Is that a residual hand, or is that
it is
something
a residual hand? This thing doesn't. Yeah, I keep forgetting it doesn't automatically do it. Okay. My apologies, and I do apologize. I have to leave in 6 minutes.
I know. I really would like to get your input, so I wanted to get Dave to the microphone if he's here.
Yeah, I'm
Dave's
here. Thanks.
Great. And can we give him the ability to share, or do we want to put up his presentation and just walk through it?
Why don't you put it up? That would be a lot simpler, frankly.
Okay, let me try to open that
Probably
up.
nobody read the written comment, but that's fine.
I distributed it to the group for them to be able to take a look at it. Let me go ahead and, yeah, and you just wanted to go with your presentation?
Slides.
Then?
Slides.
The slides, and that's here, I believe, and all I have to do now is share. share. Ah, come on. Here we go.
So if you happen to have a copy of the written report, these are all things from the written report, and they're referenced by page number, usually at the bottom or right side. As a entry point into this, a figure got my attention in the pre-STAR version of the Oregon Black Rockfish assessment. And this is a figure based on a surface plot for which the actual numbers at age for females and males are available for the entire time period of the assessment. So starting in 1892 or whatever it is. And these are graphs showing percent female by age for a period of years starting in 1900. Then it jumps to, I think, 1980. Maybe could you blow that up a little bit? It's even small for me.
Yes, and let me close this. Hold on. No, I did not want that. Hold on.
It's just a PDF. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
You can
so this
click on that. Yeah. Just make it a little bigger.
Should blow it up, but I think that's what took me elsewhere. So I think we'll just have to suffer.
Well, there's a thing showing at the bottom of your where it says page 2.
Oh, this right here is the ticket. That's the ticket.
Okay.
That's the ticket. There we are.
That first one. Okay.
This is
okay. So here we go. So I don't know how many of you have memories of a catch at age from black rockfish, but the catch at age has been an issue because the old females disappear. They're gone. They are not present in any appreciable numbers after about age 20, down to like 10% female. Well, so these are the predictions from the pre-STAR black rockfish model for Oregon. And lo and behold, we've found the females. The females are on a downward decline by age up until the period when fishing starts. And all of a sudden, miraculously, the females have appeared. We found them. This is quite surprising given that Jason deliberately put in assumed values for natural mortality that would deplete females more rapidly than it would deplete males. So the initial line from 1900 is a reflection of basically equilibrium conditions when there's a steady decline in females with age because they have a 0.02 greater rate per year of natural mortality than the males. Anyway, if you're interested in the paper, I go through a little derivation of deriving an index for the sex ratio, and it turns out the log of the sex ratio is a reflection of the difference in cumulative mortality between females and males that they've experienced up to that age period. Anyway, why don't you go to the next slide then? So this is what got me interested. I say, what in the world is going on? And so that's why the title is Strange Model Predictions. So here are the predictions of catch at age. Predictions from the pre-STAR draft stock assessment model. And there's a sort of weird blip at the beginning, but the catches are really, really small prior to about age 10 or so. And then they basically stabilize at around 0.4.
Hear you. I'm sorry. Can you repeat
I'm
yourself?
sorry. Yes, I
you.
got a little message there saying that it was waiting for, it needed the internet to stabilize. Whoa. Are you hearing me now?
Yep. Can you hear you now?
Yeah, okay. So the catch at age is what we observe. We don't observe the population at age. So this is the catch at age, fractured female and the catches at age. And they have a sort of weird blip at the beginning, actually goes up to a 50-50 at about age 6. And then it starts declining. And it basically stabilizes at around 40% female to the catches. And so for 3 different time periods there, the predicted values are shown in the upper left. the observations are pretty sparse, right? We don't have a whole lot of data. These are from the ocean boat, so the recreational fishery, and I basically pooled 3 years of data, 1999 to 2001, to get the values for 2000 and so on. And the curves filled in lines are kind of running 3-year averages. And then the lower right panel is the actual superimposition of the predicted values on top of the quote unquote observed values. And to my eye, we're not doing a very good job fitting the age composition data. And it led me to say, what's going on? Why is the model ignoring the observations of percent female at age? Next slide. So this is where it gets a bit technical. So this is a stock synthesis issue that is very obliquely mentioned in the research and data needs in terms of how to input data when you have sex associated with the data observations. So in my language, not the way it was written up in the star panel report, there are 2 options, not 3. There are 2 options. Option one, what I'm calling option 1, is where there are separate sexes. And the data shown here are just made up. These are not real numbers, but it gives you the idea of how the data are structured. There are, for each year, there are 2 rows of data. The top row is the females, with the females on the left-hand side of the actual block of age information. And the female data are followed by all zeros for the males. And the row for the males is all zeros for the females, followed by the observations for the males. So you get the idea of how the data are structured. The other option is option 2 with combined sexes. These are the same made up data. And you can see basically there are no shaded zero blocks. Those have all gotten collapsed, and there's a single row of data for each year. And the sexes are combined into one observations of proportions at age by sex. Why don't you go to the next slide? Okay, well, so there's a problem here. And I've tried to illustrate it with a little toy example, slightly different than the way I presented it in the written version of my report, which I hopefully could make it into the briefing book for September. So here, consider 3 years of data, and these could be observations of length, they could be observations of age, doesn't really matter. The data have been categorized, and at a grosser level, they're female data and male data. And so just consider the numbers in that sort of upper section. And I'm not going to read all the numbers out. In the first year, the sex ratio is 2 to 1, females to males. In the second year, the sex ratio is 1 to 1. In the third year, the sex ratio is 1 to 2. All 3 of those years have the same proportions at age within sex. So if we condition on sex, the females are 25% first category, 50% second category, 25% third category. The males the same. This corresponds to the option 1 approach, where you input data separately by sex. The sex ratio in this toy example is 1 to 1. There is no way that the option 1 approach gets you back to the original numbers. You cannot distinguish between those 3 years in the upper block of data using the option 1 approach. It does not work. We have stripped any information available regarding sex ratio, has disappeared. Go to the next slide, please. So here's, in terms of the math of what's going on, rather than an arithmetic example, the joint probability that a fish is a given sex and age category, for example, is represented by that left-hand term. So the probability that sex is equal to S, given age is equal to A. So you're not given, and to say age is equal to A. You can rewrite any joint probability as product of as a product of a conditional probability and the conditioning probability. So we can write that joint probability as the product of the probability that the sex is S times the probability that the age is A, given that the sex is S. So that's what's happening with option 1. The data are being input as separate sections. For each year, there are 2 rows of data, one for each sex, that are treated independently of one another. And stock synthesis transforms those 2 sets of observed proportions into corresponding predicted conditional probabilities. One set of conditional probabilities for the females, another set of conditional probabilities for the males. And that's how it calculates the overall negative log likelihood, which it's trying to minimize to determine the estimated parameters. In option 1, there are no observations available for the probability that the sex is female or that the sex is male. They're gone. The only thing we are providing the data, the model with, is the conditional probability for the age distribution for the females and independently for the males. In contrast, when you put those data in as option 2, sexes combined, for each year there's a single row of data that are transformed into a set of observed joint proportions by sex. You can go to the next page. So, don't take my word for it. Here's an example. These are coming from the composition report file associated with an option 1 versus an option 2. So this is, do we input the data with sex equal 1 for females, sex equal 2 for males, or do we put them in as sex equal 3 combined? On the left-hand side, we have option 1 data. Females on the left, males on the right. If we pair the observed with the observed, we got 2 columns, observed and observed, females, observed males. The proportions, observed proportions, sum to 1, as they should. These are proportions. The observed proportions for females expected and males expected also sum to 1. We've standardized the data by dividing by the number of females. We've divided the female numbers by the total number of females, and we've divided the male numbers at age by the total number of males. The proportions for the observations and the proportions for the expected values sum to 1. If the data are input as option 2, that is no longer the case. If we pair the female observed with a male observed and sum up all those numbers, we get 1, as we should. Across both sexes and all ages, the denominator that we're standardizing by will cause the observed proportions to sum to 1, and similarly for the expected values. So that's really all I have to say. I've said something similar to this, but obviously not very well during public comment during the STAR panel. In my view, entering the data using this option 1, that is sex equal 1, sex equal 2, not sex equal 3, is fundamentally a problem in that there's no information being provided to the model for it to distinguish between the sex ratios of different sets of compositional data. And anyway, that's my presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions if there are any. I'm happy to go have a glass of wine too. If there are no questions, that's fine too.
Not seeing any hands up. Unfortunately, Jason had to depart. He had another obligation. We had some discussion of this prior to your being available for discussions. I think it was during the Washington assessment, and Jason had spoken dome-shaped selectivity versus asymptotic. And in Oregon, we're using a dome-shaped selectivity. I believe it's for the recreational boat fleet. And that when that's turned to logistic, some of these concerns relative to the proportion of female over time observed in the first slide are addressed, according to Jason. So some of this may also be related to your selection of selectivity and
I
what's
haven't
being
selected.
applied.
I haven't selected selectivity, John. I'm using whatever the model used. And if you look at the written paper, the derivation of the sex, the minus the log of the sex ratio, is fully determined by whatever total mortality a cohort experiences at age. And so, you know, selection will have an effect, of course, because you'll change the mortality that's being suffered. And point of fact, if you well, you know, if you think back to the very first slide, the proportion females were higher in later time periods than they were at the beginning. Fishing has caused the appearance of females in the population, that an overabundance of females in the population relative to what an unfished population would have. That's being totally driven by mortality, which of course is related to selection. So I'm not surprised that, you know, mucking about with selection will influence the sex ratios. But my point is that influence is not being guided by data. The observations of the sex ratio have disappeared from the model. They're not there. There are no observations of sex ratio. They have been stripped out.
As far as the data that would inform it directly, how about the model's ability to reproduce some representation of what it thinks the sex ratios would be given the dynamics implicit in the model?
You can get that. I mean, the model predicts things, no problem.
Yeah. But just to say, one thing you might take a look at is just changing that selectivity that I
There
referred
is no
to.
selectivity, John. I'm not. I'm taking whatever the model gave. Whatever the model came up with is what's producing those.
But the model has selectivities that are in the model. So, you know, if you make those logistic and just take a look at it and see if it resolves that first slide concerns, that might be something to take a look at. And some further discussion with Jason about that seems warranted.
There are no observations given to the model that have sex information any longer in them.
No. The model would be obtaining those through other means.
Magic.
You know, well, from calculations that are based on the nature of the model itself and generated internally.
It's mortality. It's completely driven by the mortality.
Yeah. And so just to say, if you can get together with Jason and discuss some of this in terms of, you know, the, you know, sex-specific growth and dome-shaped selectivity in the Oregon model, he's saying there's some relationships there that when you make changes, it explains some of what you're seeing. So it would be worth having that discussion with him. I'm sorry he's not to have that further discussion, but I think it's worth you guys putting your heads together and really bearing out one another's considerations. I know that we're reaching a loggerhead. He's not here to be able. We did some sensitivity analyses bearing out the repercussions of this. We asked for criteria as to which would be the most appropriate method given circumstances under various assessments. Both have been used in previous assessments of different species. I think it's something that we definitely need to wrap our heads around relative to research and data needs, without a doubt. Repercussions for this assessment, I think that's why I think that there's a matter of you talking to Jason and seeing if he can convince you of his position, since you've gone out of your way to present your position, which I appreciate.
Well,
This is a bigger picture. This is a bigger picture discussion, and something that I think we need to resolve across the board. And so, yeah, I don't think this is something that's going to get resolved in this biennium. But yeah, I think this is definitely something where further guidance in the terms of references is and the accepted practices is really where my eye is at this juncture. But I appreciate you making all of the efforts that you have to bring this to our attention. And it's not something that we're turning a blind eye to. It's something that we need to resolve in a more systematic way. But yeah, the full SSC will see that. Everybody, it's been circulated within the Groundfish Subcommittee. I think some further discussions with Jason to try to see if he has addressed your issue in his own way with an open mind, that might be beneficial. But yeah, we'll likely hear from you again in September. So yeah, we'll move this forward, if nothing else, as a research and data need. Do others have questions of Dave relative to his presentation and concerns expressed? Not seeing any hands.
I think I would just agree with you, John, that we have talked about this a lot throughout the course of these panels, and it's flagged as something to continue discussing and getting some real guidance from the developers of SS3 and others.
And I do think it's something we need to address. So I appreciate David bringing it to our attention.
I suspect a quick conversation with Ian Taylor would solve a lot of problems, frankly.
Well, we did get feedback directly from, oh God, what is the?
Rick Mathot, but we don't know what question was asked. Jason provided some information, and who knows what question he was addressing.
Sure. But yeah, there's definitely, we need to develop criteria and really understand where each of these is most appropriately applied. Are there circumstances where, option one is actually preferred versus two? We need to nail that down and understand those considerations.
Well, if you look at some other assessments that are being done this year, when option one and option one is being used, it's with conditional age at length from the surveys only. And all the age compositions were done as standard age compositions. I'm thinking of Canary, for example. All of the age composition, length compositions are sexes combined, sex equal 3. And the only time they use a sex equal 1 and 2 is with the conditional age at length from the survey. And my guess is it's something to do with the fact that the protocols don't take random samples.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely, like I said, we need to delve into this further in a systematic fashion and bring some guidance to the forefront. And I appreciate you bringing this to our attention.
It'd be interesting to look at the final model to see what the sex ratio at age looks like. Does it make sense?
Yeah. That's something we can take a further look at. But I think for today, it's now 4:48. We have public comment. We wanted to see if there's anybody else who has public comment. We need to finish up our agenda for the day. Do we have additional public comment? Anybody? Not seeing any hands. Okay. All right. So let's just make sure I'm no longer sharing, etc. Now that we've had our discussions relative to each of the assessment areas for black rockfish, and I think we've obtained everything we needed from yesterday's discussions as well. At this point, we can move on to the administrative matters and discuss the process for completing the subcommittee report. So the target completion date for the Groundfish Subcommittee report to make the supplemental briefing book deadline, and that really isn't even going to daylight relative to that, but I do want to get it to the SSC for internal review by then. So that's August 28th. I think that a reasonable timeline for getting this done for those who are going to be participating, of course, in the next Groundfish Subcommittee meeting, which is the 20th and 29th, it's best to get this nailed down by Friday the 25th. I think the best way to achieve that is that by the end of this week, if we can get everyone's contributions in an outline that I'll put up tomorrow by the close of business, in order to have places for people to drop in their contributions in the Google Doc, I'll go ahead and put up that framework based on the agenda of what was discussed today, condensed down to an outline form. And then folks will be able to propagate that with their contributions. And if they can do that by Friday, then we can have a group editing of that through the 23rd, which is the following Wednesday, next Wednesday. And then it'll be left to me to finish things up by Friday and provide them to Marlene for formatting and distribution to the SSC for their consideration. And then that will really end up daylighting within the council process when it's appended to the SSC statement for the September council meeting. I believe it's under G3. So does that sound like a reasonable plan to folks? Is there any curveballs there and relative to my presumed timing? So I'm getting some thumbs up. Sounds reasonable. So I've got my work cut out for me tomorrow with providing that that outline, and people can look for that in the shared drive. I'll make that available to everyone under the. It'll actually be under the review materials. So it'll be in, well, we'll make a new folder, Groundfish Subcommittee reports, so you're not digging around. It's getting to be a lot of stuff in there. But we can add, we'll add a folder and then drop it in there that's specific, but it'll be in that drive for this meeting. Okay. And that's the game plan. Marlene, did you have any closing comments? Anything that you wanted to discuss before we?
Well, I was like, Marlene's not here, but I'm here.
Jesse, we still have Jesse. Yes.
You still have me. I was giving Marlene a bit of a break to wrap up briefing book stuff for the afternoon. No, I think that y'all's timeline sounds good based on what I also got from Marlene. And yeah, the materials will actually go not just to the SSC report, but they'll be appended, or excuse me, they'll be posted kind of under the SSC materials only section. So that's the only little clarification. It's kind of the new thing we've been doing the last few meetings. But that'll be up there. But your timeline sounds good. I will make sure that is shared with Marlene, and then she can send out like a reminder to everyone. But that is all I have. So you took care of my one task that I had to make sure got done today.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Jesse. That's a good confirmation there. That plan will work for the process, as well as our participants here in terms of reasonable workload and timeline. So yeah, that's all that I had. One other thing that I'll do, I'll send out an email with these timelines to the Groundfish Subcommittee, just so everybody has it written down, and just to let you know that I've posted that outline tomorrow. So, and I'll provide the link there. So I think that'll wrap everything up. I appreciate everybody's contributions, the discussions, the stats, the council staff, the presenters. Jason, thanks for all of your hard work presenting your materials. And yeah, thanks to everybody who rapporteured and led discussions. It's a fruitful meeting. We're going to get it done a half hour ahead of time, which is great. Anybody else have any departing comments before we adjourn? Okay, I think we'll let it go at that, and more fun to come.